Viewer discretion is advised.
Yes, a very good afternoon to all you WildEarth viewers and fans. Thanks for joining us on this cloudy afternoon here at Djuma Private Game Reserve in South Africa, of course in the Sabi Sands. Good afternoon everybody, my name is Cedric Dold and behind the camera this afternoon we do have got Odie. So yes, welcome, and of course we are on Rusty this afternoon. And then of course on Wendy we'll have Liam and Igor. And in Pridelands, Chris and Panda. So yes, thanks for joining us this afternoon. There's a little bit overcast. There is a bit of rain that's coming through. So we are going to have our rain roofs on this afternoon. As you can see, it is a little bit of a greyish look out there. And yeah, we are live. We are interactive, as you can all see. So please send all your comments, questions, suggestions to our social media platform, Twitter, hashtag WildEarth. And of course, go on to our website, wildearth.tv, head off to our channel page, make sure that you do register with us. And of course, everybody under the age of 18 years old, just pop us an email at kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. So yes, send all those comments and suggestions to us, keep us going for the afternoon, and hopefully we get some exciting things for everybody else and see what we can find out here, out in this magical bush of ours for everybody. Craig, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on our sunset safari. Yes, cloudy weather means more leopards. Oh, fingers crossed. Toes crossed, legs crossed, holding thumbs, you never know. There's always excitement, new things happening out here, and different scenarios. So yes, we're all just going to take a look here this afternoon and see what we can find. All things small and great. I think we're going to have a wonderful afternoon. And I'm just hoping that we can definitely follow up as well on Lumber and Cubs around Gowrie Dam, or just at the back of Gowrie Dam where Liam and Igor had them this morning. So I'm just hoping that we can relocate on them. If not, we continue with it. Hopefully we can see something else. As you can see, we do have a little Swason's Franklin or Swason's spurfowl that's just moving through the grasses there, just picking up all the little seeds that's been dropping around in that area. So just a good old feeding time. But yeah, while we take a look here, let's see what the weather is like around here today. See, it is around about 21, 22 degrees Celsius today, and so it is not the warmest of days, and of course with the cloud cover coming through, a little bit of a wind as well. But I don't think it will be pouring with rain this afternoon. I think it's just going to be that bit of spitting rain that we're going to have. That's enough for us just to put those rain roofs on and just to protect our equipment. Of course, and those little Swason spurfowl are just going into the little bushes there. I think there's maybe getting a little bit worried about this rain. You never know. But I just want to see what those picking off the little seeds of those grasses. But yes, send us some suggestions. What would you like to see this afternoon? Well, we're going to be heading further out. Let's head over to Chris in Pridelands, and I think he wants to say good afternoon to all you viewers out there.
Good afternoon, and we also had a little drizzle, but fortunately it's passed. So you're looking at a good weather this afternoon, nice and cool here at Pridelands. My name is Chris, and I'll be taking you on a little educational journey this afternoon. We're going to be walking around in the bush, and our theme today is bush medicine, medicinal plants, maybe some edibles as well. So we're going to be looking at all sorts of plants, looking at what parts of plants can be used as certain medicines, and if there is anything that you would like to ask, let's say any particular medical condition that you want to know, is there a bush medicine for that, I will try and see if there is anything out there. I've done a lot of reading about bush medicine for this afternoon.
I'm not going to come too close because I know you got your babies. And hello, you old friend. Isn't she spectacular?
Oh, look, it's just too special. She's such a fantastic mother. Look at that, isn't that incredible?
My heart rate has gone up slightly. In fact, it's gone up quite a lot. This elephant is now 2 meters from us. Okay, we might have to move here. No? Yes. Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the tree over. That's why we moved.
Medicine we can use. We're going to go take you a bit closer. Right, so sickle bush, Dicrostacus cinerea, is a plant that grows throughout most of sub-Saharan Africa. It actually grows along the Nile Valley, well into parts of Asia, even up to India. They also are found and used for a variety of medicines. So in South Africa, root infusions, mainly used to treat body aches, pains, toothaches, everything to do with fever or pain. Up where I'm from, the tribe that my vendors use it for infertility. The fresh leaves are probably the best medicine in my opinion. I've tested it many times. It's a strong anesthetic, toothache, tooth pain, cavities. It does relieve the pain. Insect stings, you can chew this bark. You can literally take a bit of the inner bark with the leaves, you chew it into a fine paste. You can even grind it with water into a fine paste and put it onto any insect bite or sting. It does help. Bee stings, if nettles burn you, anything. So sickle bush, very important medicine tree out here. So we don't see the fruits, but the fruit, the beans inside are sometimes powdered and dried and powdered. And that's often used for sores and sort of general skill ailments, you know, edema and rashes and so forth. Right, remember to send me any information you want to know about any particular medical condition, and I'll see if there is something out here that we can use. But in the meantime, let's go over to Liam to say good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon indeed, from the second vehicle here on the Djuma concession, here in the heart of the Sabi Sands, jewel of the Lowveld. So my name is Liam Burrow. I am the second presenter here out on drive this afternoon, driving the magnificent Wendy, and our highly skilled camera operator, man behind the lens today, is Igor Potgieter. So yeah, thanks for joining us for the ride. We hope to find something quite exciting for you today. Our plan is to head further into the west towards the Simbambili property.
Yeah, and see what's potting around there after a drop of rain. We have our rain roof on. Nothing can stop us now. So with no further ado, let's crack on, I think.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have.
Look at that.
If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
Ray Hubert, indeed, wheels rolling. Wendy had a little bit of an issue with a slightly damaged engine fan this morning, but we've had that replaced during the day. She is purring, so eager to be out on drive. Trusty Wendy. So, yeah, with a nice stable platform, I'm looking forward to seeing what we can find to frame up on today. Oh, excuse me, must have swallowed a fly there. Sandra, I heard your question, thank you very much. So look, a lot of our heavier birds of prey require on hot rising air in order to carry themselves around. Things like vultures and bateliers would not find a day like today so conducive to sniffing out something to eat. But for lots of smaller raptors, things like goshawks, maybe the odd gymnogene, a harrier hawk here or there, a lizard buzzard, something like that, today is a fine day to be active, to be sourcing something to eat. So yeah, Sandra, I take it there is some interest on or in birds on your side. So we will keep an eye out for some of the smaller raptors today if we can. Yeah, let's see how it goes. We're crossing onto Mala Main now, this long straight road. Hopefully it's not too corrugated, but we won't be on it for very long. We're going to be turning left, cutting off in a westerly direction, headed onto Simbabili. Maybe we'll check one eye pan first, see if there's any sign of lion or a wild dog or anything high profile out there. But again, we are open to all sorts today, whatever comes our way. After that phenomenal Tlalamba sighting this morning, I think we're eager to catch up on some small stuff as well.
If you are a Wild Earth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the Wild Earth Explorers page. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
All Wild Earth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
So I think now, as Igor and I approach One Eye Pan, let's link over to the king of small creatures, Chris in Pridelands. Not sure if I can claim that title yet. Right. You might think, what has that got to do with medicine? And we'll get to that. But first, just look at this lovely spider. It's a very large female orb web spider. And this in particular is not a golden orb web spider. This would be the garden orb web spider. You can see she's already coloring. She's probably dying slowly. But you can see that very yellow abdomen with the black bands on top. And that sort of scalloped sort of edges towards the rear, characteristic of the garden orb web. Now, if you receive a cut in the bush and it's bleeding and it doesn't stop bleeding, I'm talking superficial wounds, not arterial wounds that need stitches. I'm talking minor wounds that doesn't want to stop bleeding. If you can find any spider web, and this is universal, anywhere you are in the world, chuck as much spider web as you can right into that wound. Now, spider web upon contact with blood coagulates blood instantly. I personally have tested this on a bushwalk where my ear got nipped by a knobthorn, and you know when ears bleed, they bleed. And I've put this to the test. This is not placebo medicine. This is actual. It works. I'm sure you can find a number of publications on this should you search the web a bit, but it does work. Interesting is that we won't always look for plants when we look for medicines. So this can be treated for wounds. Just one thing, it might stop the bleeding, but you will still need an antiseptic. We don't know what other pathogens are on that web. Remember, they eat on that web. There could be all sorts of funny things in there. So therefore, you will still need some form of antiseptic or antibacterial, and we will be looking for something like that in the bush. Remember, the bush pharmacy is not something you can just walk into and find what you want. You'll have to go and look for it. Good afternoon, Ruby. And Ruby says, what a beautiful spider. Ruby, yeah. Very pretty spider. Just a little bit more about the spider. And see that stabilimentum that's still there. And that's a structure that orb web spiders use for various purposes. Some believe it's to tension the web. Some believe it's to create a line that distorts their own sort of shape to fool insects. Some even believe that it could be to reflect certain UV light, mimicking a flower to attract insects. Might even be a warning sign for bigger animals, bigger like birds, that, whoa, here's a spider web, don't fly through there and damage it. Much like the stickers that we put onto glass doors so that the kids and people don't run into it. Anyway, so I'm going to try and see what this other spider is here. I think it might be I don't think that is actually a male of the species. I think this is a different spider. We often see kleptoparasitic spiders that stays on the same webs and often try and steal some food from the actual web spinner. Doesn't look like the male of the species. The males are even smaller than that. The males are tiny.
Look at that, look at that. There's a tiny, tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy who just came around the corner. That is incredible. That's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
Tingana has been affectionately known as the Duke of Djuma for many years, but his path to the throne was not an easy one. Mvula was a legend from the south.
This is the cat that I'm pretty sure Tingana was sniffing around for. That is Mvula. How exciting is this?
Eventually, Mvula lost, but his young son Quarantine started to push through from the east. At the beginning of 2018, an intruder arrived. His name was Hukamuri.
So there we have something to treat minor bleeding. Minor bleeding, not breeding, bleeding. Right, let's see what the pharmacy has in store for us. And while we look for some more things, let's go over to Cedric.
Yes, very interesting about that spider webs, and especially if you've got a cut, it'll all kind of stop the bleeding. I haven't tried it before, and I'm glad Chris has tried it, and he says if it works, well, then it works. So it's fantastic. Very, very interesting. I am here at the back of Gowrie Dam, at the back of the wall at the moment, just quickly popping my nose in to see if Talamba and her two cubs, and if they're not around here. Of course, I'm not going to go bashing too far into here. If we're lucky, we're lucky. If not, well, then we just move on and hopefully we find something else for you. But I'm going to think that she has been here this morning. They said they did leave her here, but it has been quite cool during the day. So maybe she has moved further down this drainage line in towards the Molawati side. So, but we're definitely going to give it a bit of a scratch around and see if we are lucky enough. There's a lot of tamboti thickets this, and as a lot of people do know that the tamboti is one of our protected species around here, a tree species. So we do not drive over them, and we try and keep them intact. So yes, I think we should see if we can move down. I'm a bit worried about this branch. Yeah. I'll just see if maybe we're lucky to take a look. But yes, I'll see if anybody can send some suggestions for this afternoon. I'm sure a lot of people would love to see Tlalamba and cubs, but which other characters would you guys like to see this afternoon? I'm thinking maybe even Marips, because you know that Marips was seen south of Gowrie Main, in Little Gowrie, pretty much at the old Djuma clan's Hyena den, and it is not really far from Gowrie Main, and he was seen there this morning. So we're definitely going to take a look. I know that Liam is heading towards Simbambili side. He's going to try and see if he can find something in that area, which is always a beautiful area. Lovely open areas there. Definitely get some beautiful zebra sightings, and also those big termite mounds that's popping out all over the show on that Simambili clearing.
This morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion. I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. But what an incredible sighting.
Just trying to listen out a bit, yeah. I just want to see if I get any kind of indication of alarm calls. Yeah, while we continue searching around here for Tlelama and the two cubs, let's head over to Liam, and I think he's got something hiding behind a bush.
I'll chat about it now. So we are live on location with our first elephant of the afternoon. At the moment, I think you can only really see a really nice swishing tail there. We're in the Simambili property, which can be a bit challenging. There's a few kind of dips and areas where we don't get great signal. So let's just see what we can try and do. Yeah, we do have a couple of bachelor bulls spread out through this area. Bachelor bulls being male elephants that are not connected to a natal group, not connected to a breeding herd with any females. They've reached the stage in their life where they no longer belong permanently with the females. So they are bulls post-puberty. So anywhere between sort of 12 years old for some of the youngest members, and as much as 50 or 60 years of age for the top bull. It's quite an incredible social structure. Igor and I were just chatting about it. So at the center of these often quite widespread bachelor groups, male groups, you'll have one enormous bull, an experienced male, potentially anywhere from about 40 to about 60 years of age, 5 to 6 tons in size, one of the largest animals in this environment. Haley, I'm very glad to hear that. I'm always happy to see elephants. And naturally, being such a large animal, and with some knowledge of the importance of the transmission of information, the transmission of shared information in elephant societies, this bull's experience, based on 40 or 50 years wandering around in this environment, is very valued. So many younger bulls, lacking experience, are kind of drawn in, wanting to learn from a big, experienced male. These males serve a vital function. They mediate conflict between the younger bulls, stop the younger bulls from getting too aggressive when they come into their must cycles. The bigger bulls will even protect other species such as rhino. if you have something like a civil war that comes through an area and kills a generation of elephants, so you don't have the big senior bulls, the next generation of youngsters become delinquents without that sort of fine supervision of an adult, an experienced gentleman. But yeah, with the presence of those bulls, they turn into really nice males. And he leaves behind a living legacy in his experience. He'll share with them information about places to eat in tough times, places to dig for water when the bush is very dry, even, arguably, a safe place to die at the end of their life.
Ribbon is the matriarch and has recently been seen with injuries to her body. Corky was the previous matriarch and is believed to be taking back her status. Intima was born to Ribbon in February 2017 and also enjoys a high ranking. Heart is the next rank down, and named June is believed to be the lowest rank, easily recognizable by a floppy left ear. 3 brothers named the Avoca males arrived in Djuma in 2018. This area had recently been vacated by the Birmingham boys. In 2019, they were seen mating with females from both prides and went on to sire cubs with them. The most recognizable lion in this coalition is Darkmane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp.
Yeah, I find it incredible that the bulls have this phenomenal social structure as well. We often sort of give credit to the females, sort of how good they are at mothering and how good they are at looking after one another and how close they are. But the bulls, even though they may be seen alone, are still highly, highly socially connected. They need that structure to live. So Igor and I think are going to continue on, but in the meantime, let's head over to Chris. We are further exploring the bush pharmacy. Right. Before we get to what we can use this tree for, just look at what happened here. This is normally a relatively big tree. You can see the elephants have snapped it in half and that part of it died. All of that is dead. Fortunately, parts of it below the soil, the roots were still alive, and it started coppice growth going out here. So this is not the normal growth form of this tree. So more coppice growth here. It's normally a relatively large tree. It's called the apple leaf, sometimes called the rain tree as well. And why that is, the leaves firstly resemble that of apple trees, as well as if you take an individual leaf, it's quite hard, sort of like cotton, and if you crush it quickly, it sounds like you're biting into apple. Yeah. Also, the leaves does have somewhat of an apple odor to it, but that's not why I got the name. Anyway, larval host of a variety of caterpillars of various butterfly species. Sorry, I got a question there from Honey Badger. Sorry, I just had a little bit of comms breakup. I'm going to ask MC to repeat that while I continue. So anyway, so lots of caterpillars eating that. Hi there, honey badger. I've got your question now. Just my apologies. We are in some of the drainage, so comms are not always that great. Plants that can help with heart conditions, I will look for one. I've got a few in mind, but we'll have to find it. Right, I'm going to make a note of that. Honey badger, heart condition plants. Right, we'll look for one. Let's get back to this. Though not for heart conditions, the roots are used for various sort of elements. Two of the most commonly used all over the cultures in much of this part of the world. The roots are often used to treat certain snake bites. So take the root, pulp it, put it on the bite itself, as well as a decoction of that orally. And that is a medicine used for snake bite. The roots also dried, burned in a little clay pot and inhaled. And that also helps for colds and flus. So where the name rain tree comes from, we have to identify the tree, obviously. So this one's easy. The leaves, very easy. It crushes quickly. Very easy. Usually a relatively palish bark. Usually very large tree. Often we will find some of these clusters of foam on it, much like we do with the weeping wattle. And those are insects, or the nymphs of the froghopper insect, or spittlebugs, Trailus grossus. And it basically, these guys drink the sap out of the juices, or small parts of the plant, and they surround themselves with this froth for protection against dehydration. And from there, you'll get water dripping down. And if you sit under that tree in that time of year, you'll feel as if it's raining on you, dripping, and hence the name rain tree. And that happens with the weeping wattle as well. Anyway, snake bite, common colds.
In that tree are two carcasses. There's a duiker carcass and a waterbuck. Well, it's not as graceful as... He's a bit hesitant because, well, climbing a tree is not the easiest, but he will get up there eventually. So let's see, there he goes. And look at the power in that. That is a massive 500-pound cat that has just climbed the marula tree and is up in there. How cool is this? I don't know how he's going to do it, but let's see.
You can see the hyenas are far more tolerant of vultures than a lion or leopard would be. Occasionally a hyena will bite sort of a couple of tail feathers out of the back of a vulture, but I've never actually seen them, even once they've caught one, actually kill it. Oh, there we go, nearly got him.
Right, I think we should probably move on to find another plant. Let's find honey badger's heart plant. Might take a while. Let's find out from Cedric, while I look for more plants, how his search for Clalamba is progressing.
Yeah, welcome back. Plants for heart condition. I know the Wild Foxglove. They do use the Wild Foxglove for if you've got a certain heart condition. I think if it's if you've got blood pressure. I think for blood pressure, the Wild Foxglove. It's a beautiful little kind of a pink, a very light pink flower, and actually it looks like almost like a trumpet. But always growing on a long stem. So I saw one or two this year, but not many around in this area. But yes, while we continue down here to look for Clalamba and her little cubbies, I haven't seen anything where she was left this morning. So there's a lot of Tamboti and Sodic areas that side. So I'm not going to go into areas that I'm not supposed to go in. So yes, I'm going to go towards, heading towards Spaghetti Crossing. Just going to go into the Molawati, just going to look around, maybe Vulture's Nest, head towards Central. I mean, she might have come out on the eastern side of the Molawati, if she did come down. But I'm sure it has been cool most of the day, a couple of raindrops around. And I'm sure she has moved away from that area. But you never know, yeah. I'm also going to try and look. I'm going to try and look for that wild foxglove, because I know I've seen them around here before. And very long stems, but I don't think their flowering time is usually, of course, midsummer. Midsummer to the end of summer. So I said, I think I saw one the other day, so maybe one or two will still be flowering around here, especially with all the rain that we have been getting here. So this, hopefully they're still flowering around. There is a lot of little flowers for May, coming on in June, so there's still a lot of flowers around. But yeah, let's go into the Molawati. Let's go to Vulture's Nest and take a look if we've got any of the tracks coming through from that side as well. Molawati, I haven't seen I've seen him once since I've been here with Juma, with WildEarth. I've seen him once, and also that was not it was a sighting, but it was a brief sighting. Definitely had his tracks once or twice, but sure. I don't know when last I've actually known a male leopard that's been so scarce in the area. I mean, I'm so used to males like Mafufunian, Mvula, Tingana, that would see them so often. And of course in the western sector we've got Oltamba and Nyaleti, Ravenscourt. So yeah, I think at the moment, yeah, male leopards have been a little bit scarce. But that's not a bad thing for Tlalamba. So that's actually a very good thing for her, because if it's just really him that's roaming this area, the cubs are pretty much in a good area, and I'm hoping that they won't get taken by any other male. But yeah, so she's very, very lucky having just in this side.
Hyena and hippo walking side by side, terror etched on the expression of little hippo. Look at this last mad dash. Hyena running along beside it. Baby hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo, against all odds.
Hukamore. Oh, here's an impressive looking male leopard. Look at that neck on him. He just looks ready for a fight.
This is only the third time that we are seeing him that is known as the Hukamori male, and he certainly has a lot of character and atmosphere.
This is gorgeous. Hukamuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused. I love it.
There's a lot of elephant activity around here. It's a lot of branches that's lying on the road. So definitely a nice herd of elephants have come through this side. Kate Howard, good afternoon. Do leopards eat any plant matter to help with health conditions? Well, I've seen them chewing just like lions. I've seen them eating some grass just for the digestion, of course, just for the stomach acids and for the enzymes itself. Sometimes it's stomach enzymes actually picks up quite dramatically in their stomach, and they'll eat the grass, and then of course they'll regurgitate the grass. Remember, they'll actually push it out again, and it'll actually just kind of level out their stomach enzymes. But other than that, no. They don't. They eat, of course, they are carnivores. They eat mainly meat. Yeah, while we continue up Nyala south, I think let's go over to Liam on Simamili, and I think he's found some stripes for everybody. Yes.
So a beautiful view of a nice group of plains zebra here on Simamili clearings. Very, very nice indeed. We've also got a sort of mixed group of impala in there as well. I think the view on the zebra though is probably better for now. It's one of the nicest things about taking a trip over to this side of our area of exploration. Often we get to see animals that we don't see so regularly on Djuma. There's a couple of zebra there that we can see, probably at least 5 or 6. I think 4 visible to the camera. Yeah, wonderful. Disco ponies, as they say. Yeah, happily munching away on lush green grass below this moribund dry layer. Fairly safe out in the open. Many of our herbivores, many of our plains game species find safety out in the open, relying on the concept that a predator would find it more difficult to ambush them out on the flats in the open grassland with minimal cover rather than in a thicket. That's why you only really see zebra, wildebeest, that sort of thing out in the open. Brandon, I have not, but it certainly can happen. There are lots of genetic variations, in particular with zebra. A little foal was born on one of the concessions in East Africa recently, almost totally black with little tiny sort of white details. Yeah, so anything really is possible. Occasionally these zebra are born with virtually no black at all. Just tiny, tiny, tiny sort of black pinstripes. And yeah, all sorts of genetic mutations are possible. Amelanism, an animal being born with a near total absence or a total absence of black pigment, is probably more common. We see it in birds. I've seen yellow-billed hornbills, totally white, black-collared barbets, snow white. They really are striking indeed.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny, tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
We've just spotted a very small foal in this group as well. Maybe one of the foals we've been viewing in the last day or two as well. These are really little guy. I think it might be the foal that Owen and I saw down here early on yesterday afternoon. Looking very healthy. So while Igor and I continue to view our little zebra family, let's head over to Cedric to see what mission he's on this afternoon.
Yes, unfortunately, no luck with the Tulamba and the cubs. So I'm just heading away from that area. I'm on Nyala North. I'm slowly moving now towards Buffelshoek Dam. I haven't been to Buffelshoek Dam for a few days, so I just want to see what is happening around there. But yes, I think she might. I'm sure she's still in the Molawati or somewhere south of Gowrie Dam. But as I said, I'm not going to go and push too much in there. We did have fantastic sightings of her in the last 2 days. 2 days, we've had fantastic sightings. What is that? What is that? Sorry, I just want to double check on something. Well, let's look here quickly. Okay, is it too close there, Cody? Is it good? Well, as you can see on this tree, let me just quickly get this radio. It's a beautiful leadwood tree that we do have here. So it's a lovely leadwood, and we usually call this a 1,000-year tree. So usually these trees grow for a great number of years. And with the leadwood tree as well, is one of the heaviest woods that we do have around here. And now, of course, on top of that, you can see there's a lot of mud. So many times you'll find elephant, buffalo, rhino, even warthog going to mud wallows, caking their body full of mud, just making sure that they protect their skin from all the elements. And on top of that as well is to protect their skin from all the parasites. So many times you'll find that the elephants and rhino and buffalo, they will actually cake their skin to suffocate any of the parasites. And on top of that, they will actually then come to a big tree like this, and then they'll rub and scrape all that mud off. And what happens, that mud will peel those parasites off when they do scrape on these trees. But this is about I'd say about 1.5 meters. I think this one, if I'm looking at this, it could be like a youngish elephant, not the biggest one, or it could even be a buffalo. But yes, definitely not long ago, well, it is already caked, it's quite hard, but it's still, of course, with all the rain that you'd think that this will be washed all away. But on top of that as well, this leadwood tree is fantastic for firewood. And of course, a lot of people actually use it. If you're lost in the bush, grab some of the ash from a leadwood tree and then just mix it with some water and create a nice old toothpaste from the ash of a leadwood tree. And why I'm calling it a 1,000-year tree, because it takes 1,000 years to grow to a proper size, and then it takes another 1,000 years to pretty much perish, another 1,000 years to fall over, and 1,000 years to decompose. But of course, not exactly 1,000 years, but that's what they say. But it's easy to identify a leadwood tree. It looks very much like a very small grey blocks on the bark, or the bark itself, very small grey blocks. And the leaves as well, they've got very small and very fine little white dots on the leaves. Birdwatcher, good afternoon. How do I remember all the different kinds of trees? Well, Birdwatcher, it's just over the years, of course, just explaining about trees, exactly what I'm doing now. And you start looking at certain things and certain ways of how the trees are growing, the coloration of the bark, the leaf structures. And as I said, like with this leadwood, you've got a beautiful, really simple leaf structure with a very small blocked bark. But if you take a look further back here, you'll see completely a different tree here. Well, this is not a tree, this is more of a shrub. And once again, you can see very much wavy leaves. So this is, of course, the magic guarri. So very different. So yes, it's a bit love. It's it's over time. You just see different the shades of the trees and the area that you are in as well. You must remember the areas that you're in also determines the species of tree that you will find there. So many times, like your drainage lines, you'll find a lot of the tambuerties, a lot of the jackalberry, leadwoods, and that kind of stuff. So, but yes, lovely little shrubs, a lovely tree. Yes, oh yes, and of course, and these little jackalberries now as well. A lovely jackalberry, very simple leaf structure, as you can see. But it's a very young jackalberry. Of course, a lovely little red leaves coming out, the little shoots. That's what I love about a jackalberry, especially this time of the season. You'll find a lot of the young shoots, and it's exactly what Odie was explaining as well about the tambuerty trees doing the same thing.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have. Look at that. If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
Alright, so we do have a tambuerty tree a little bit further in the distance. Of course, as I said, there's a certain tree species that we do see growing around the drainage line. So we do have the tambuerty tree growing right next to this drainage line. Of course, we've got the leadwood, jackalberry, and of course Chris's beautiful apple leaf there in Pridelands. So there's definitely already 4 species of trees that is really protected around these areas. And of course, ones that we do not drive over due to the fact of they are slow growing, and as well, if you do put it in the center of the vehicle, they do snap very easily. They don't pop up. So we do not try and go over them. So it just shows you we do really look after our environment around here. We do not want to go and spoil what we do have with us at this beautiful area of South Africa. But yes, I think after leaving this old beautiful little jackalberry in the leadwood, I think what we should do, I think we're on Nyala North, and we are heading up to Buffelshoek Dam. So let's do it. Yeah, trees are very fascinating, especially if you're a tree enthusiast. Coming into this area, you can really spend so much time just identifying all the different species that we do have here. Tambuerty. You can see the latex right at the end of that leaf. A lovely little latex. That's the stuff, of course, that you do not want to get on you. So let me just pop it away there before that touches me. But yes, I was, fortunately, I did try a thing, it was actually last year, beginning of last year, and we got euphorbia. Euphorbia is pretty much just almost looks like a cactus, but it's a four-cornered, like a cactus-looking plant, and it's also got a lot of latex, very toxic. And what I did, I tried to take the latex of the euphorbia, I actually put it on my hand and made a C for Cedric. So I put it on my hand, the latex. So and I left it there for a good 24 hours, didn't wash that area, just left it there. And after 24 hours, well, during that time, I could feel the burn. And 24 hours later, I had a proper blister, a blister that like was shaped in a C on my hand. So it just shows you how toxic and nasty that is for a person. You can imagine actually digesting that. Not good. I know black rhinos love euphobias. They love euphobias, but we don't really have many euphobias in this area. I think more towards cuckoos. Sorry. Is it pole in the way? It's fine. So we've got a little kingfisher here. A brown hooded kingfisher, beautiful. That I think. Oh, I just flew into the thickets there. Looked like there was a little bit of a bird party going down there. It looks like they all moved. Just listening out here quickly. I'm trying to figure out what's making that noise in there. I've got a lot of airmark babblers up. I think the pole's in the way. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. If you are airmark babblers, you can see they're beautiful. There's arrow marks on the chest of the airmark babbler. And they've got those beautiful red eyes. And of course, they fly in flocks and family flocks. And they move all through from bush or from shrub to shrub and looking for insects. And usually you get your Leopard's cuckoo. So one of the cuckoo species that actually use the airmark babbler as a host. So of course the cuckoo will lay its eggs in the airmark babbler's nest, and then the cuckoo will fly away, and of course the airmark will have to look after the youngster. If you are a Wild Earth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Yeah, so we just had a little bit of a bird party here, but now, of course, those airmark babblers flew off, and got a little a black tit that just flew inside of one of these, looks like a magic worry. You got it there. Oh, it's just inside. Anyway, while we're trying to find this bird, let's head to Pridelands with Chris and see how's it going within that side.
Right, we are forced to move to another area as it seems like we're not getting clear comms where we were in that valley. Unfortunate, but I'm sure that we would find some more stuff to include into our pharmacy list. I've got a few questions from our viewers that's been forwarded to me, and once I've found those plants, I will mention a few. So I'm just going to try and get to another area where we're a bit more elevated and see if we can't get a little bit better signal. It's probably the weather. That's very likely. You know, it's often I've seen weather like this that can influence our communications. So just an apology for that. See, up on those hills, that is a nice area to go and look for some things. I think that might just be what we need to do. I think let's do a bit of a scouting around those hills. I like to look for plants specifically, and specifically medicinal plants and edible plants up on those hills. anywhere where you get these outcrops, you're going to find certain plants you're not going to find anywhere around in the valleys or on the, on the granite crests. So you can only find there. It's different rocks. It's dolerite as opposed to the rest of the area, and it's a different substrate. So maybe we might actually find some interesting medicines up there. Right, let's start getting ready. What about that? Right, we're going to just get ready for our walk up in the hills. In the meantime, let's go over to Liam to see what he is up to.
So, talking of birds of prey, I think I was chatting to Sandra a little bit earlier. We've just been graced with a magnificent sighting of one of our most iconic birds. This is a sub-adult martial eagle. Igor doing a stellar job of framing up on her. A wonderful opportunity to take a look at that killing talon, that rear forward-facing claw, but on the rear toe. Highly evolved in that curved, sickle-shaped nature to penetrate into the skulls of things like vervet monkeys, small antelope. And these birds have been recorded even killing something as large as an adult male impala by landing on the back of its neck or the top of its head. But even a big example of one of these martial eagles with a 2.3 or 2.4 meter wingspan is not quite going to be able to lift off the ground with an impala that size. But it'll happily fly off with an adult vervet monkey, something like a serval. I have seen a photograph of a marshal flying with a serval, a type of cat. My goodness, isn't it a proud-looking eagle? Surveying all before it from the safety of this wonderful bare tree. So his adult coloration, or her adult coloration, hasn't quite come in yet. That's going to take a good couple of years. She may have to molt 2 or 3 times before that very characteristic white, brown speckled breast and dark upper parts, almost chocolate brown wings and chocolate brown back and head, actually comes in. Still an extremely regal looking eagle. Wow.
Find a way into the kill to get their fill in there as well. But they're also going to be told off. See, lions are not great at sharing their food. Okay, guys. Let me just taking frustration out on the other lion, but you see, it was interesting.
In the woodlands of Juma lives a lion pride with a taste for buffalo.
Look, 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 this is insane. Now, this is what I was saying about lions and buffalo. It's absolute pandemonium.
WildEarth have been privileged to follow the Nkuhuma pride for many years. One of the most loved cats in the pride is Amber Eyes. She was not successful in rearing her first 2 litter of cubs and was seen as an aunt to the other youngsters. Then eventually, towards the end of August 2019, we found her with 4 tiny cubs of her own.
Benny, I would certainly think so. So I know these birds are sometimes flown by falconers, so occasionally a martial eagle that, I don't know, maybe was hit by a car or flew into a power line and needed to be rehabilitated and then potentially couldn't go back to the wild. Now, there are quite a few of these bird of prey centres in South Africa where these birds sort of find a forever home. I know of a martial eagle doing tremendous damage to one of those falconers. I think it actually landed on his head somewhere locally and crushed part of his skull. It put him in a coma. He survived. Not the eagle's fault. I don't think it was done out of aggression. But I would certainly think, Benny, that it would have the power in those gripping, crushing talons to break the bones in your arm. Now, they are serious birds, formidable things. I've even heard stories of martial eagles along South Africa's east coast, down towards Durban, Ballito area, actually attacking children on the beach, mistaking them for primates, and obviously not that much of a jump. A 3 or 4 year old child moves a little bit like a monkey. Darcy, thanks for your comment. Igor is very happy that you are so happy with his camera work. It is a seriously dramatic shot with all those sort of twigs pointing in the direction the eagle is looking. It's quite picturesque, you might say. And that lovely blue background accentuating his white feathers. So Igor has just spotted something else in the sky that might be quite interesting to look at. It's very, very faint, but with some luck, we might be able to frame up on it. It's just to the one side of that beautiful bird. So let us know if you can see it. Hey, hey, a rainbow. Certainly an effect of the drizzle that we had at the beginning of drive. It's obviously raining much further east of us still. Sure, it is quite tough to see, but I believe we can see it. Wunderbar. Yeah, so a rainbow is simply the effect of water droplets or light passing through water droplets suspended in the air. You see the same thing in a garden sprinkler on a hot day. Oh, it's a prism. But I wonder, is that telling us to go down to Chitwa this afternoon? Is there a pot of gold down there, Igor? I think it might be. Some seriously dramatic clouds down towards the southeast there. I don't think we're going to get any more water, any more rain. But it is quite a magnificent scene on these open plains. Beautiful. Some stratus, some cumulonimbus, some high-level cirrus.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny, tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful.
and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
Okay, so I think as Igor and I continue to explore our options this afternoon, let's head over to Cedric, who may be doing a spot of birding around Buffelshoek Dam himself. Steady.
Yes, welcome back at Buffelshoek Dam. As you can see, we've got a beautiful little bird that's just jumping in this buffalo thorn. It's a long-billed cromback. It's a cute little bird looking for little insects inside of that bush, but they're very small. And always you can see and identify these long-billed crombacks. They don't have a tail, so you can see missing a tail, and that's exactly how they are. And they've also got the most beautiful little call. And always, if you wanted to know how the call goes, it's easy. It goes tree to tree to tree to tree to tree to tree. So very easy to identify their call. And well done to Odie. He's really holding on to that bird because they're all so small and so quick and nippy. I think it just decided to. Have you got it? I still got it. It's on the edge of well done. Yeah. And it's nice to see that beautiful kind of a rusty color at the bottom. But it's always difficult to see them because they're always in the middle of these shrubs and the trees. And not really always out in the open. But now we are so fortunate to see this little cromback displaying for us here in the clearing. And you can see why they call it a long-billed cromback. It's a beautiful long beak. Oh, it's got a little worm. It got a little worm there. I think it looked like a worm. Well, there we go. Well done. See, just taking a look under the leaves, and maybe there's a caterpillar or some sort of insect that it can snatch. I think he's now ducked into the thickest side of stuff. But yes, and of course here we've got a beautiful water thickney. And of course this water thickney is fast asleep. He's now under this fallen over knobthorn tree that's sitting on the side of the dam. And I'm sure they must be nesting there because you always see them resting and nestled under there. And a very safe haven for them. And notice they are more the ground roaming birds, or terrestrial birds. So they also will nest on the ground, but they are mostly nocturnal. So you'll see a lot of activity with your water thickney. Same as the spotted thickney. So most of the time you hear them at night time, and they've got that very high pitch, very, very high pitch noise. I don't think my noise was too great there, but yeah, they do have oh, look at the little pike kingfisher. I think he's coming to fish here. Oh, looks like Buffelshoek Dam is, sorry about the roof here. Got him, sorry about that, but we've got a beautiful pike kingfisher that's busy fishing. Oh, thank you. He went to go nestle on top of the dead tree. Exactly where the water thickney is. One of our not very colourful, of course, for kingfishers, but it's just that that's what it's called, a pied. It means black and white. And they definitely love watching them when they actually hover above the water and looking for any potential prey that's lurking below the water surface. And then they'll dive down and snatch it up. Especially they must be pretty much close to the surface when they'll dive in and snatch it up, and then of course take off with their kill. Let's see if it's a male or female. Male's got a double band. Well, it looks like a male to me. Yeah, it looks like it's got a double band there, where the female's got a single band in front, like a bib. Double check. And you can see sometimes they actually, most of the times they'll actually hover above the water and do their fishing from hovering and then diving into the water. But many a time as well, when they're perched exactly on top of those little dead branches that's above the water areas, that's an ideal thing for them, so they don't have to spend too much energy flapping and fluttering around. You can see he's just looking for any potential prey species. A lot of little fish, little tilapias. Even they'll go for things like frogs that's just underneath the surface, or tadpoles, but mostly fish. That's the primary diet. No, sorry, that is a female. Just look now, it just kind of turned its head to the side, and it's a female pied kingfisher. Oh, and the sun is coming out, the colors is coming out, it's beautiful. Fiona, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on our sunset safari. Yes, so witnessing a pied kingfisher is phenomenal. It is beautiful. It's amazing how still they keep their heads so still when they hover above the water, and of course, when they dive into that water. A lot of people love, especially the photographers, they love taking photos of pied kingfisher, especially when they dive in for their prey. But it is a really good-looking bird.
My name is Tessa. I studied animals and insects, and I specialized in African vertebrate biodiversity. But first and foremost, I am a naturalist here at WildEarth. What inspired me to become a naturalist was a combination of a childhood love and passion for wildlife from our family holidays. It just became this amazing passion, and it ignited this fire that just would not go away. To me, the skills that a naturalist should have would be that passion, making sure that you know why you've got that passion and keeping it going no matter what. The determination to never give up, because it's not the easiest place to be, but I can tell you in my experience it's the best place to be, with the biggest differences that you can make. If I could be any animal, I think I would be a leopard. To me, they're the perfect combination of elegance and power and determination and independence, and yet just so beautiful.
And just still sitting here with a little pied kingfisher. Actually, I was hoping that he would decide to give us a bit of a hunting demonstration. But I think he's still looking. I can see he's still looking straight into that water, and he's still looking for any potential that side. And we're just kind of scanning around Buffelshoek Dam. But there's a couple of nice bird species. We did have those brown-headed parrots. Those brown-headed parrots that mated the other day, and all that courtship that happened close to Buffelshoek Dam. We did have a quick glimpse of them, but they fluttered off, and of course, I'm hoping they would have come back again, but we haven't heard them yet. Oh, a couple of raindrops hitting the water. Yes, Nadine, I think they definitely needed some privacy today. I think that kissy the other day was very intense, but yes, but you can see, it's amazing. The sun is out, and we've got a lot of rain, not a lot of rain, but it is starting to rain here. Very strange, as they call it, we call it a monkey's wedding. It's so rainy. While we sit still around here at Buffelshoek Dam, let's head over to Chris to see if he's found more plants.
Right, so I said that there's a few requests that we had. And let me just quickly open up the actual name there. Just give me a second. Sorry, I'm somehow lost it. It's been sent via WhatsApp. I just need to quickly check. All right, so the viewer is K6, is it LSN? Who's asking, is there anything for sunburn? All right. Well, I think I've done this a couple of days, probably more of about 2 weeks ago. Aloes. This is the Krans aloe, or cliff aloe, arborescens. Is it arborescens? Anyway. So aloes. Lovely, lovely medicine. Right, let's quickly revisit. So, aloes, there's 2 parts you can use. There's the oil that's outside. So, that oil there, lovely sunscreen. Fantastic sunscreen. You can actually see how it shines. And both the oil and the inner bits, which, just going to rub the oil. So, the fleshy bits there, that is a perfect treatment for wounds, burns, sunburn, and it's a good general antiseptic. In fact, I do have a burn myself, which I'm going to treat with this. I'm not going to show, I'm sure you might have had glimpses of it. This is very bitter stuff. So rub it. This is good medicine. This is the good stuff. This is really good medicine, people. Aloe. I mean, no, it's healthy, and most aloes worldwide will be good medicine. So yes. So that inner parts, that fleshy parts there, right there, that stuff. You can't get all that nice juices out there. So remember to wash your hands, because it's also antibacterial. So remember, we had the cut, we treated with the spider web to make it stop bleeding, but then you can use aloe as an antiseptic. It's a very effective antiseptic, proven qualities to it, and we know aloe has got a whole bunch of medicinal qualities to it, but this is one I can use. Thank you for that request, and yes, aloes are one of the things.
I'm not going to come too close because I know you got your babies. And hello, you old friend. Isn't she spectacular?
Oh, look, it's just too special. She's such a fantastic mother.
Look at that, isn't that incredible?
My heart rate has gone up slightly. In fact, it's gone up quite a lot. This elephant is now 2 meters from us. Okay, we might have to move here. No? Yes. Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the tree over. That's why we moved.
Need to climb a bit further, see if we can't find any more medicine. All right, oh, this is gonna take some to get up here. The things that we do for entertainment, eh? Let's go over to Cedric to see how his bumble is going.
Yeah, things we do for entertainment. True story. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Oh. Alright, so I'm going to head slowly up on Buffelshoek Cutline. I left Buffelshoek Dam. There was a nice couple of birds around there. I love that long-billed cromback. I think it's a nice little bird to see. And well done to Odie and keeping that one on camera. We're going to head a bit west along Buffelshoek Cut Line. I'm going to go down Hyena Walk and head back towards Gowrie Dam side again. Just want to go scratch around that area. I still feel that maybe we're going to be lucky. Yeah, sorry, I just saw something here that I want to double check. Yeah. Ah, no, that's old. Looks like old leopard tracks. Looks like from yesterday or day before. So yes, I'm going to continue heading through and let's see what we can pick up on that area. In that area, the sun has come through. It was the strangest thing sitting at Buffelshoek Dam now, and all of a sudden it started raining. And I had myself look outside, and there was not a single cloud above us. There was no cloud above us, but it was raining. So, no idea. No idea. That's definitely, as they call it, a monkey's wedding when it's sunny like this and it's raining. So yeah, we definitely experienced that wedding. Oh, that's a one. Hyena Walk. Sorry about that. I missed my turn off, missed my bus. Okay. On to Hyena Walk here. Whoopa, yeppa. So just don't forget, on the 22nd of May, I think that's Sunday, we do have got the tribute, a Zana tribute. And that'll be straight after our sunset drive. Will be hosted by Tristan. So please stay tuned for that one. Oh. I think a leopard that we also haven't been seeing for a long time, Sasha. And Karen. Sounds like Karen. Good afternoon. Welcome to our sunset safari. Do all animals have tusks? And Aaron. Sorry about that, Aaron. No, negative. Of course, you'll find something like your elephant. They've got the tusks. And warthogs, we'll call those tusks as well. But something like your buffalo's got horns, or rhino's got horns. So yes, not all animals have got tusks, Aaron. It would be very scary if I found a lion with these big tusks, because they got canines. But it would be very scary to see a lion with tusks. Or a scrubby with tusks. Imagine a scrubby with tusks. I'll definitely get a fright if I'm driving around at night time and I've got this little hair that's bouncing around with these big teeth. And black mamba, yeah. But yeah, no, Aaron, it's just, not many animals have got that.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have. Look at that. If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
Very much. a lot of your drop seed grasses that you get here, a lot of your terminalias around here. So this is all pretty much along a sea plant. So you can see it's a lot of these silver cluster leaves, a typical indicator to a sea plant, to a water level that's quite high. In other words, a lot of rock underneath the ground, like typical like your granite rocks and that's sitting just below the surface. So of course the water does not seep right through, it sits on top, and that's why you get these sea plants, and it's very marshy and still very wet areas. And so highly palatable grasses around on sea plants. So as I said, you'll get your drop seed grass, you get your broad-leaved curly grass here as well. So it's just a good old indicator to a very rich area with good nutrients and a lot of water. Kimi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. The trees make food for themselves. Of course, there's photosynthesis, so that is a big thing. It's of the sun. So it's all due to the leaves. So many times you'll find certain trees, of course, the leaves will actually kind of absorb or get that sunlight. And then, of course, your root systems underneath the ground from all the nitrogen, and it'll bring out, of course, from the ground itself into the cambium layer, and that cambium layer is a layer that transports all that rich nutrients and minerals up to the leaves and back and forth. So we call it photosynthesis. So it's very, very important for the trees to have that. That's why you'll find early mornings, a lot of the leaves are closed up, and so there's no surface area to actually absorb that sunlight. So in that early morning, when the sun comes out, you'll find all those leaves will open up, and then of course it's like a solar panel, and just to draw that sunlight in. So a lot of energy, and of course very important for the trees itself. Oh, I just saw something. Did you see that? I thought a snake just went in there. Sorry, I just thought I saw a little. I thought it was it might have been a lizard, but I thought it was a import. Yeah. But looked like it was on the road, but it just went straight back in. I don't know if it was, but it was a little bit quick. Maybe it might have been a lizard, or it could have been a little snake that just went straight into the grass here now. Nah, so thick, yeah, sorry. Nah. Oh, well, hopefully I didn't miss this one, but let's head over to Chris. Maybe he's lucky and he's got some snakes around in his rocks that side.
No snakes at the moment. Also no medicine up here other than we're still looking for stuff, but look at that view. I mean, that's medicine for the soul. We'll always want to try and look for things to heal physical wounds and physical conditions, but this is the best medicine for the mind and the heart. spending time in nature, anywhere you are. No matter where you live, find nature and spend time in it. And you will find a lot of things will be clearer to you.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
I was hoping to actually see a snake or a lizard up here. A whole bunch of different plated lizards. That makes him home in these cracks. This is such a lovely view, isn't it? Doesn't even have to be a sunset or a sunrise. Any time of day on these hills is true magic. On that note, let's see what magic Cedric has for you on his bumble.
Okay, we're on Central. There's a nice herd of also impala, Nyala. Let's just take a look at these little girls all in the hood here. Nice Nyala on the Central. Hello, ladies. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. There's a young boy as well. So nice. Oh, beautiful. Antelope. As you can see, there's a nice little family of Nyala. Beautiful white stripes just running right down on the side of them. And of course, enjoying the little forbs and the leaves that they mainly browse on. Of course, and all these females are all very much related. So you'll find like the Nyala, even the kudu, they're all very much sisters and aunties, grannies. And there's also a young male very close to us, the one that's looking back. So you can see the young males still exact the same coloration as the females for now. Give and take another maybe 7-8 months, that male will start turning into the darker chocolate color and heading to the right coloration of the older males. But for now, he looks like a female. As you can see, his little horns are just peeking out from the top of his head. It was probably last year's youngster. Those are beautiful little fluffy tails. And when they do run off those little fluffy tails, they'll actually raise them and they'll actually expose the under part of it. And it's very white underneath. And then it's easy for them just to follow each other through thick vegetation. But yeah, they are just moving well. I don't see any males that's following them. This is usually just the females, but this breeding season usually is around about April, beginning of May.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful.
and have a look. Here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
Tingana has been affectionately known as the Duke of Djuma for many years, but his path to the throne was not an easy one. Mvula was a legend from the south.
This is the cat that I'm pretty sure Tingana was sniffing around for. That is Mvula. How exciting is this?
Eventually, Mvula lost, but his young son Quarantine started to push through from the east. At the beginning of 2018, an intruder arrived. His name was Hukamuri.
Definitely really enjoying that. Peter, good afternoon. No, females don't grow hair. As you can see, that female that's in focus now, that's a full-grown female. So they don't get that mane, because the whole idea of that mane that's created for a male, it runs along the back, underneath the chin, underneath the neck, is when they do size each other up when it comes for competing for harems and for females, and just to make themselves look much bigger. But of course the females, they don't need it, so they don't have that real thick, hairy manes on the back or at the bottom of them. So yeah, but anyway, Peter, thank you so much for your question. There is a couple of dwarf mongoose that's just in front of me. I think, let's see if we can maybe get them. We never know what they are running. As little dwarf mongoose and some hornbills that's following them as well. Hello, buddy. All running along. I was looking for some little insects around here. But you'll see now and again, I see one or two hornbills, but they're back and forth as well. As you know, the hornbills are just waiting for those dwarf mongoose to disturb the areas, and the insects will flutter off, and then that, look, there you go. Anyway, let's, while we sit here, let's head over back to Liam as he's heading on to Chitwa.
So that was a very interesting look at dwarf mongoose. Thanks very much, Cedric. Igor and myself are just enjoying a nice vista, staring off into the east with the setting sun behind us. Wonderful to look at a bit of the topography here on the lovely Djuma. A very pronounced dip in front of us. The Mulwati drainage line is right at the base of it. But yeah, Igor and myself are slowly but surely making our way down towards Chitwa, in the hopes of finding a little bit of activity along the way. We had a nice kind of venture onto the Simbambili property, but our signal was a bit low, I think to do with weather, environmental factors, etc. So we weren't able to broadcast too much from there, but we will continue on. There is more in store for sure. Yeah, we thought we might get a bit rained out at the start of drive. It was certainly drizzly and sort of low temperatures, but it's turned into a really nice afternoon. Really nice indeed. Alrighty, well, with no further ado, I think let's roll on into the southeast. Check on Chitwa.
this morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion. I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. But what an incredible sighting.
I wonder where Tlalamba and her two youngsters got off to this afternoon. But honestly, they've earned a little bit of a break from human activity, I think. We've had such incredible views of them on the last couple of drives. I think they've done their bit. Let them have a couple of days off in peace. So I think let's maybe head back over to Cedric, who I believe may have something of a surprise to show us.
Yes, as at Gari Dam, as you can see, we had a beautiful herd of elephants that just came down to drink, but I think we just missed them drinking, and they're just now heading behind us. So I think maybe we should just quickly reverse onto that other side. Yeah, let's quickly reverse on the other side so we can actually look. Looks like there's a big female there, and she has got absolutely stunning tusks. They don't go down or up, they just go. Oh shucks, yeah. Can I turn your side? How far? All right, let's just stop here. Off she is. Look at those tusks on her. They go sideways. She is a beautiful female. Don't worry, we're giving her space there, girl. Of course, she must be the matriarch. You can see she was the first one that kind of investigated. Oh, yeah. Nice, but she is a big female. Really good genes on her. Just this body size. And of course, young ones, a couple of young ones. Whoop. Another female with this one. So two big females. 2, 3, 4 young calves. I think there's another female further back. I can see she's going. 1, 2, 3. I can see that little young calf wants to suckle there. But yeah, there's a very small one, maybe about a good, I'll say, 2-year-old. 2-year-old. That female's sniffing up at the marula trees. Right, there is a fork-tailed drongo just above her there. But yeah, they just finished off having a nice little drink. I think the other one's going to scratch herself now against a marula tree. Oh, shucks, sorry about the pole. I do apologize about that. I think now we do have our rain roofs on. Had to be prepared. But they are such gentle giants. I really just enjoy watching them. Of course, and a herd like this will be run by a matriarch. I'm just going to try and go a little bit forward, see if we can get that big female that's scratching. Oh, she is busy. Oh, got it there. Okay. That's just. Oh, she's rubbing. She's having a good old scratch against this marula tree that's kind of slanted to a side. Ooh, that looks good.
Ribbon is the matriarch and has recently been seen with injuries to her body. Corky was the previous matriarch and is believed to be taken back her status. Intima was born to Ribbon in February 2017 and also enjoys a high ranking. Heart is the next rank down, and named June is believed to be the lowest rank, easily recognizable by a floppy left ear. 3 brothers named the Avoca males arrived in Juma in 2018. This area had recently been vacated by the Birmingham boys. In 2019, they were seen mating with females from both prides and went on to sire cubs with them. The most recognizable lion in this coalition is Darkmane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp.
Yeah, Gary Dam. Illegal, good afternoon. Yes, always seeing elephant families are fantastic. It's always, it's such a, I don't know, it's like so heartwarming. I'm just going to go a little bit forward. I think this one is also going to scratch itself against a marula tree. So, sorry about this quickly. Quickly. Sorry about that. Just had to move a little bit forward because unfortunately the pole was in the way there, but they're always scratching against a marula tree. But yes, illegal, it is always nice seeing a herd of elephants. This herd is not too relaxed, so I'm just keeping the side here. As you can see, the next one doing the same thing. So all the females went to have a good scratch. I think this is a young male. You can just see his head very much rounded compared to a female's head where it's completely more of an angle that's sitting on top. Ian Timothy, good afternoon. Thank you for the question and thank you for joining us on WildEarth on the Sunset Drive. Why do I call them gentle giants? Because they can be gentle for such a big animal. You can imagine them being aggressive 24/7, and I think that will be definitely not a gentle giant then. And it's also how families and how the females and the mothers are with the youngsters. They're so gentle. They are so tentative. And I find it is heartwarming when you find such a big animal that can actually, produce such a gentleness and calmness to a family. And I think it is to me. They are just so gentle. But yes, so you don't want to catch one on a bad day. Then it's a different story. But that's an elephant on a bad day doesn't happen often. Most of the time they are just really relaxed and gentle with everything that's around them. And I mean, I've had elephants right up to the vehicle many, many times, and they can easily just turn, but they're not that kind of animal. They really are thoughtful and gentle to us. Thank you, Ian Timothy, for your question. So just waiting for this one as he's finished. Looks like he's still standing at this marula. All of them had a good old scratch. Exactly what I showed you earlier. A lot of them will scratch themselves and scratch maybe a little bit of mud that's still on them and give them a good old skin a good old rub. Maybe a bit of itch, getting rid of parasites. I'm just hearing in the background, it sounds like a hippo that's busy flinging dung in Gari Dam. Oh, it looks like he's got socks on. Almost like he's, I'll tell Tess he's got his sassy socks, but it's not a Saturday, but he's got his sassy socks. So maybe he's trying to have a bit of a sock competition with Tess. All right, let's go take a look at the dam area. We are still at Gari Dams. I did come into this area. The main thing is to just have another look around for Tulamba and her cubs. There's nothing on Central, nothing going further east towards Nyala South. Hello, Mr. Hippo. Oh, there is a hippo here. I think let's go a little bit forward and take a look. Wildflowers, sorry, did you say it looks like mud socks? Mud socks? Oh, well, it does look like mud socks, definitely. Wet mud socks. It looked like my feet the other day when I slipped into the mud. I had, I think, the same kind of sock designer as that elephant. Mud boots. Of course, we've got old Mr. Hippo just enjoying Old Gowrie Dam. Yeah, really enjoying this relaxation for the last bit of the day. I'm sure this evening he's going to venture out here. I wonder which dam he's going to end up at. It seems like this male keeps on jumping from dam to dam. There's definitely no hippos around at Treehouse or Twin Dams. Why is everything getting a fright? Oh, because of fish eagle. Okay. Sorry, a fish eagle just landed. Everything went crazy. We had the spur fowls, the Egyptian geese, and all that. A fish eagle just landed on top of that dead tree. So we do have it is Vuyatilla, our camp, that's actually sitting at the back end there. So it is our little lightning conductors. Very important to have them at the camps. But yes, beautiful silhouette of a African fish eagle.
In that tree are two carcasses. There's a duiker carcass and a waterbuck. Well, it's not as graceful as... He's a bit hesitant because, well, climbing a tree is not the easiest, but he will get up there eventually. So let's see. There he goes. And look at the power in that. That is a massive 500-pound cat that has just climbed the marula tree and is up in there. How cool is this? I don't know how he's going to do it, but let's see.
See, the hyenas are far more tolerant of vultures than a lion or leopard would be. Occasionally a hyena will bite sort of a couple of tail feathers out of the back of a vulture, but I've never actually seen them, even once they've caught one, actually kill it. Oh, there we go, nearly got him.
Well done. All right. That fish eagle, African fish eagle, flew from the one side of the dam, and I take my hat off for Odie, because Odie followed that fish eagle like no man's seen before. Well done, Odie. That was all good maneuvering at the back of the vehicle. It's quite a tough one, especially if you've got a rain roof on and you've got a bird that's flying. And yeah, no, that was well, good following there. I think that African fish eagle has gone far now, moved off. let's move down Twin Dams. Well done. Yeah, sometimes we definitely have to take our hats off for the cam ups. I think sitting at the back of the vehicle and really following something like that fish eagle now was just legendary. Anyway, let's go to Pridelands to see what's happening with old Panda's camera work. I'm sure he's just as good.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Panda is rocking it. I've seen his footage afterwards. I can tell you one thing. It's my first shift with him, and he's aced it. Anyway, back to medicine, and I've got a surprise for somebody who's asked something earlier. This morning we had some tea, obviously with the russet bush willow, but since we are on medicinal qualities and medicines of plants, right, so I struggled a lot with my tonsils when I was young. I still have them now, but funny enough, it's sort of, I've outgrown it. Now, the young shoots especially early summer. These are almost too old already. The new growth, the new leaves, young shoots, newly hatched ones, not hatched, germinated russet bush willows are dried, and that's basically made into a decoction / tea, and that's used for tonsillitis. It's got a soothing effect on inflamed tonsillitis and any sort of throat ailments in general. So that's something you can use for that. Then the roots. Roots are often used in medicines. Remember, the roots are a storage for all bunch of things. Sugars, starches, chemicals, and all sorts of things get stored in there. So that's often the reason why roots are often used. The roots of this can be basically also an infusion of this in hot water. It's used for stomach ailments, diarrhea, those type of things. And then Honey Badger was asking if there's any medicine locally used conditions. The bark of the russet bush willow, I'm not sure how it's prepared. I will try and research that for you, but I know there are some cultures in southern Africa that do use the bark in some form of preparation to treat heart diseases, heart disorders, even just plain old heartburn, which is not a heart disorder, but there's a strong association with the bark of this tree and general chest sort of ailments, more specifically heart conditions. I will be looking out for more plants that can be used for heart conditions as well. My dad will be delighted because we also find this on our ranch up in the west of the bushveld, the western bushveld. So, Dad, if you're watching, you must drink some of these things. It will help.
Hyena and hippo walking side by side, terror etched on the expression of little hippo. Look at this! Last mad dash! Hyena running along beside it. Baby hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo against all odds.
Hukamore. Oh, here's an impressive looking male leopard. Look at that neck on him. He just looks ready for a fight.
This is only the third time that we are seeing him that is known as the Hukamori male, and he certainly has a lot of character and atmosphere.
This is gorgeous. Hukamuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused. I love it.
Now, let's look at our next. Hi there, cat lover. Wants to know how long do we soak the branch in water? Okay, cat lover, two answers here. I'm assuming you refer to the shoots or the bark. I am not entirely sure for the medicinal purpose. A lot of literature only gives us a general way to prepare these things. There are some books around that will give you more in depth, and then obviously talking to the local populace will give you in depth. And it's you need to be a traditional healer to really remember all of this. I mean, there's 100 different trees here, probably 3 times that in small herbs and forbs, and remembering exactly how to do them is an art, and I'm not there yet. So I try and memorize just, the general, but I'll try and dig around a bit. As opposed to the tea that I did this morning, a 5-minute brew on the pots. This one is a nice one, I must say. When you get that rich bronze color on it, that's when it makes the nicest tea. All right, let's go over to a bumble at Juma while we find some more bush medicine.
every day is indeed a school day. And we are all constantly growing and progressing. You have to be, as somebody who makes a career out of spending time in nature, dealing with animals and presenting information. You have to be willing to absorb more. Obviously, science is developing all the time as well. So information that was taught to us as young field guides, in many cases, has been revealed to be untrue, has been updated. On the ball with regards to reading books, sharing information between guides. There's quite a nice culture here on WildEarth between the naturalists of kind of sharing information. When we get a question from you and maybe it lands with us, we don't 100% know the answer, that question is then forwarded on to another naturalist, and we all learn. It's nice. Nobody takes anything personally. It's a really good positive culture of growth and learning. And certainly I'm with Chris. I could do with learning a bit more about medicinal plants. The thing that has really captivated me this year has been butterflies. So I put some real effort into learning a bit, getting a little bit closer, having a closer look, getting better at identifying.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
So some nice reptile options around the water's edge here at Twin Dams. We had a look at that funny whitish coloured terrapin. Now a large basking water monitor, a Nile monitor lizard. The biggest lizard in Africa, quite capable of getting to 2 meters in some areas. I'm told some of the biggest on the continent live around Lake Malawi. Maybe something to do with all the fish available. But yeah, big ones here are well over 1.5 meters. Seriously charismatic lizards. And varanids, the monitor lizard family, are some of the most intelligent reptiles in the world as well. Big, highly developed brains. Yeah, he's just soaking up the last bit of sun. I think he's about late though, pretty soon it'll be setting. A nice spot by Igor there. Maybe we can take a look at that weird whitish looking terrapin again. So as we drove up, evidence certainly a human can. So monitor lizards have notoriously dirty mouths. So I would say if you did get bitten, get bitten by one, you would certainly need to keep the wound, which would almost certainly be fairly deep, very clean. It would probably be advisable to go to a doctor, maybe get something like a tetanus shot. These are essentially cousins of the Komodo dragon, which is famous as an animal with a bite that's actually venomous. It was thought for many, many years that the Komodo dragon's bite and the lethal effects thereof were to do with the bacteria in its mouth. But recent scientific study has revealed that, in fact, there is venom produced there as well. Certainly they have horrible festering saliva that causes gangrene and infections, but the Komodo dragon does produce venom, to my knowledge. But yeah, look, if a monitor bites you, it's going to be deep. They've got sharp teeth, so it would be advisable to probably see a doctor, I would say. Yeah, pretty voracious. But highly unlikely that it's just going to launch at you. You'd have to be trying to maybe catch it, or maybe somebody trying to kill one, if for whatever reason you'd want to do that. But yeah, as I was saying, as we drove up here, this terrapin caught our eye. Initially thought he was a terrapin, but there's something a bit funny going on there. It must be really, really old, or something. He's got this like white build-up on his shell. You know what? I'm actually thinking this was probably a female terrapin who's been nesting somewhere in this white, slightly sodic soil around the dam, and that's probably what has led to her shell looking that weird color. Yeah, so a gravid female, a female who's carrying eggs, will haul herself out of the water, probably in the early morning, head off into a secluded spot, possibly under a bush, dig a nice hole about a foot deep, and then deposit probably somewhere between 6 and about 15 slightly soft-shelled eggs in there. And then, yeah, 60 to 90 days later, tiny little neonates, little mini terrapins, not much bigger than a 5 Rand coin. I think that's about the size of a dime or a pound coin in the UK or the States. Tiny, tiny, tiny terrapins. Igor is commenting that the monitor lizard is starting to slither around. I think he's just heading out of view. Maybe go swimming. Very, very capable swimmers, propelled through the water by that rudder-like tail. Active hunters of fish and frogs. Just glides through, maybe even better than a crocodile.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have. There they are. Look at that. If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
Alrighty, so the sun is low in the sky. I think it's time for Igor and I to point in the direction of Chitwa. But let's head back over to Naturalist Cedric to see what he's actually looking at right now.
Nose deep inside there. She's complaining about something. I don't know what she's trying to get in there. But she can't get in, of course. Those entrances is too big. I mean, too small for the adults. So, of course, she can get her head in there, but not the entire body. And I just hear her doing like a bit of a, like a all the time. So, I don't know, maybe she's trying to call her cub, because she has got a cub. That is pretty much, but I haven't seen her cub yet. But maybe she's just grooming the cub inside there. I don't know. It's very difficult to tell. I just see her bum that's sticking out at the moment. There she comes out. Oh, the girl. What are you doing? I've got all the other little cubs playing around here, so she's definitely the day carer again. And she's got all the little cubs. Of course, there's Corky's little cub. We've got two Tima's cubs and two of Ribbon's cubs. But Heart's cub is not here because, remember, Heart's cub we did see this morning venturing off with the rest of the clan member up all the way towards Chilapan, which was really the first time I've seen that little one venturing out with the clan members. But yeah, this one that you got seen now, I think this looks like one of Tima's cubs. So growing and getting those little spots on them now. So they're pretty much from end of February. They were born around about end of February. And Tima's cubs and also Corky's cubs. Swazi's loving the bit of a back rub there, but anyway, that's very cute. Of course, they're all waiting for their mothers. As I said, it's just the one mother that's at home at the moment at the den side, and that is Swazi. I think the rest of them are all thinking, where's the rest of our family? In Matthews, yes, a clan of hyenas. Almost like, sounds like gang, but a clan. So I think it's got almost the same definition at the end of the day, because they do gang up against other predators if they want to chase something off a kill. And many times you'll find that hyenas are formidable predators when it comes to perseverance and persistence. And eventually you'll find that they can actually chase something off if it's on a kill. Especially something like lions. But I don't know what else Swazi is busy doing. She's loving life. It looks like she's enjoying that entrance to the den. Most probably it's a cub that's trying to get out there or something. I think she's... What are you doing, Swazi? It looks like she's... Looks like something's trying to drag her in there. Maybe the cubby's trying to drag her inside that entrance. Yeah, Nadine, it could be maybe an itch that can't be scratched. Although very funny, I wonder where that itch is. Definitely somewhere on her back. I think she's loving. I think she is loving a bit of a rub there and a scratch. Because it is getting nice and cool. As soon as that sun went behind the clouds, the temperature dropped dramatically, and it is quite cool now. And I think that's, well, you saw this morning, hyenas don't really care about cold weather, as they were jumping in the water this morning at Chilapan, and it was quite nippy this morning. But for them, it was more of a game, and they enjoyed it. So you can see our Ribbon's cub just enjoying, just really resting. And those Ribbon's cubs are getting bigger by the day. They're all getting bigger, but they definitely did not grow as quick as Heart's cub. I think Heart's cub definitely got more attention when it came to food, and I think Heart as well had better feeding compared to Ribbon itself. So Her cub definitely grew, but Swazi. She's trying to scratch every part of her body. If you are a Wild Earth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the Wild Earth Explorers page. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
Baby hyena, good afternoon. Yes, a daily dose of baby hyenas. And here comes, looks like, yes, rubber. No, it's not rubber, it's Corky. Is it? Another one just came in here now. Very full belly, full. No, it's Intima, sorry. Intima has just come in now. So that's Intima that's come. So, of course, Intima's got 2 cubs. So, yep, there they are. They're very happy to see Mommy is back with a full belly. And there's a lot of greeting happening. Of course, many times sniffing their genitals. That's how hyenas do greet each other. Little cubs are happy with her. Oh, and Mommy's back. So she's got the 2 cubs that's with her now there. That's her youngsters. Definitely. Oop. Going to be a little bit of a fight for that milk bar now. Harold, good afternoon. The life of a male hyena is, must remember they kind of, fortunately, they don't stick with a clan. So when they move out and get to a certain age, they'll pretty much become like almost nomadic males for the time being. Of course, the natal males, and they'll head out and then they'll sometimes head off to other clan members. And once they become heading to other clan members, sometimes they'll get a bit of a higher rank in the males because it's not the same. Oh, sorry, that's one more. And you'll find sometimes they'll get a bit of a higher rank compared to your natal males because of the genes. So it's a very good thing because if you've got the natal males mating with the clan members itself, what happens is that sometimes you'll get incest. And that's not a good thing, and that's why you'll find it's better that those males that pull out from the clan members and heading off to other clans, they'll get a higher rank in those males, but they will still be ranked lower than they'll still be ranked lower than the lowest ranked female. So the lowest ranked female will still be more dominant than any male that's at that clan. And the reason for that is your females are very much the controllers of your clan. So you'll have, of course, your matriline, which will have pretty much of certain steps. Sorry, it's on quickly. Standing by, go, Mish. Mish, unfortunately, no luck with Tlalamba and the cubs. We did go take a look behind the dam wall there, but there was no luck. We didn't see anything that we could follow up on there.
Okay, copy,
Just a quick update as well. I'm at the Misika at the moment, and the one is active at the back on Taxons Road, but not the first one, but the second one that's further into the bush.
Okay, copy. No problem. Thanks.
Copy. Oh, sorry, I just had to quickly get hold of it. I just wanted to find out, of course, the following up of Tlelamba and the two cubs. Let's head over to Chris and see what's happening in Pridelands. Maybe he's got some medicinal plants that he can talk about there.
Goodness. Umbrella thorn. A thorn, one of the most common in Africa, grows all the way into East Africa with that beautiful umbrella shape. And while I'm not too familiar with its medicinal qualities, one thing I do know, when you are sick and you want to recover, you still need food. All right. Umbrella thorn is probably one of the best gum that you can eat. It's got a lovely, pleasant tasting gum. You cut the branches, next morning you'll see huge amounts of tree gum as the tree tries to heal that wound and protect itself. One of the favorite foods of bush babies, of the lesser bush baby. They love eating the gum of acacias, especially this one, the umbrella thorn. So if you had a flu and a cold, lots of medicines we spoke about, get your medicine in, but also get some nourishment. And the gum of trees, especially acacias, especially the umbrella thorn, well, not called acacias anymore. Very nutritious. There's some vitamins in there. There's a couple of sugars in there to give you energy. Strong antioxidants, because that's exactly what the tree wants to do. It's strong antibacterial qualities as well. So in a way, it is actually medicine. And one of the best ways to eat the gum is to dilute it in hot water and drink it as a drink. And you get all that nourishment in. Or even
find a way into the kill to get their fill in there as well. But they're also going to be told off. See, lions are not great at sharing their food. Okay, guys. Let me just taking frustration out on the other lion, but you see, it was interesting.
In the woodlands of Juma lives a lion pride with a taste for buffalo.
Look, this is insane. Now, this is what I was saying about lions and buffalo. It's absolute pandemonium.
WildEarth have been privileged to follow the Nkuhuma pride for many years. One of the most loved cats in the pride is Amber Eyes. She was not successful in rearing her first 2 litter of cubs and was seen as an aunt to the other youngsters. Then eventually, towards the end of August 2019, we found her with 4 tiny cubs of her own.
I think we'll have to do another afternoon soon with some medicinal plants, because we barely scratched the surface. There is so much out there. So we'll definitely plan another one. And let's go over to Cedric now to see what's up with the hyenas.
Yes, something has just chased all of them, like now, like about 10 seconds ago. And you can see Tima's looking back that way as well. All of a sudden, they all got a huge fright. And they ran. It took them like about maybe, I'd say about a second, maybe about 1.5 seconds for the entire clan members, all the cubs, to go into a hole. It was so quick. It was just, it was sudden. But I don't know what they picked up on, something, they heard something, and they just darted off. It just shows you how quickly they They pick up on any danger. If there is any danger around, if they hear of anything, they make a little noise, which was, I think it was Swazi, I'm not too sure. One of them made a noise, and then all those little cubs went darting into that hyena den. And very important, as you know, that things like leopards, lions, if the adults ain't around you, those bigger predators, they can't get into those den sites. They're just too small to stick their heads in or their entire bodies in and actually pull a cub out. So it's very important to just choose the right den sites. And I think this one is perfect for them, especially that it is a clan member that is quite in size. Yeah, thanks. And definitely, yeah, I think it's not a good idea if they eat my shoes. I'd rather listen to the mothers and rather go into the hole. Safer. Even with those strong stomach enzymes, I think they won't be able to stomach my shoes. But yeah, and Tima's still got one of the little cubs suckling now, or is it both of them? So of course they feel very safe with mom around. And Ribbon's cubs are still also just wandering around. As you can see on top here, I can't see the other one. Swazi just went to lie down at the back end. I haven't seen Swazi's cub yet. I think when we came in, I think we did just have a glimpse of it. So it is, yeah, but I think it doesn't want to show face at the moment. Corky's cub. I haven't seen Corky for a bit. Well, the Corky's cub wants to get in as well, but you're not getting into my teeth. It's amazing how she uses her back leg and she knows. It's like, well, I've got already 2 mouths here, and that is my cubs, and you're not my cubs, so you're not going to suckle. They don't do really like the lions do. They do the aloe suckling. But unfortunately, we got that wrong the other day when we saw it. I'm not too sure we were suckling from who, but yeah.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy who just came around the corner. That is incredible. That's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
A lot of got crested francolins that's alarm calling quite intensely to our east. I did see in Tima, and I'm looking at Swazi through the bushes. I see that was I did look back that way as well. I wonder if something did give them a fright earlier, not long ago, when they ran in and also looked that direction. So maybe something's around there towards Weaver's Nest Road. Not too sure, but yeah, while we sit and enjoy the Juma clan and their little antics. Ribbon's cubs are so just like, waiting for mom. I think we saw a Ribbon 2 days ago, so we saw this little cub's mom 2 days ago, yeah, at the den site. So she is around, but she wasn't with all the clan members this morning when they were really having a lot of fun around Chilapan. While we're sitting with the Juma clan, of course, I don't see too much of a sunset from where we are at the Juma clan, but I know that Chris in Pridelands, he's got some stunning sunsets that he's sitting with at this point in time.
The sunset is just getting better by the moment. Well, the sun is down, but just look at that incredible, rich pot of gold right on the horizon. Enjoy this one. Isn't that absolute magic? What a lovely quiet moment there with the sunset.
My name is Tessa. I studied animals and insects, and I specialized in African vertebrate biodiversity. But first and foremost, I am a naturalist here at WildEarth. What inspired me to become a naturalist was a combination of a childhood love and passion for wildlife from our family holidays. It just became this amazing passion, and it ignited this fire that just would not go away. To me, the skills that a naturalist should have would be that passion, making sure that you know why you've got that passion and keeping it going no matter what. The determination to never give up, because it's not the easiest place to be, but I can tell you in my experience it's the best place to be, with the biggest differences that you can make. If I could be any animal, I think I would be a leopard. To me, they're the perfect combination of elegance and power and determination and independence, and yet just so beautiful.
Definitely one for the books. Those clouds just reflecting that light is just, I always like it when you get a bit of light cloud cover. It always intensifies the sunset. Well, I wonder what the light is like at Chitra, if it's the same. Well, let's go over to Liam and find out.
One for the books for sure. How glorious is that sunset in Pridelands. The sun, I think this evening here at Chitra Dam is a little bit more obscured. We're not getting so much light on these hippos, but it is still a beautiful scene nonetheless. Loads of activity out of this group of youngsters. Lots of wrestling. Playing silly buggers. Check it out. Yeah, gummy, lots of gummy smiles there. Yeah, essentially the day is just beginning for these young hippos. With great excitement after, I'm sure, a relatively boring day for many of them, much like small kids. Not much to do, adults all napping. Quinn, very pretty indeed. We do expect nothing less. There's a fish eagle on the ground over there. Might be worth panning too. Let's just see. Yeah, we may need to reposition. Let's just see if he's caught something. I think he might have. So a fish eagle on the ground, which is a bit of an unusual thing to see. Just wanted to see, maybe he landed on a bird or he has got something. I can't quite see what it is. Ah.
It actually looked like a fish.
It actually did look a bit fish-like, didn't it? He's flown right into the back of that jackalberry tree, so we won't disturb him. We'll leave him there, but that was cool to see. Fish eagle with some food. Yeah, and then our ever-present hippos. Yeah, again, with all the adults napping during the day, I think these youngsters get a bit bored. They're often quite busy. So they're clearly excited to get going now. Get up onto land and fill their bellies. They must be hungry. Yeah, they reckon that the adults, especially in the dry season, can walk huge distances. Up to 40 kilometers a night in a staggering loop that'll lead them back to the water before dawn. Anyway, while Igor and I continue to enjoy this, these hippos porpoising around playing games, let's head over to the hyena den, where I believe things are kicking off as well. So over to Cedric.
Yes, welcome here back here to the Djuma clan. Corky has just arrived. So Corky has arrived. So we've got Corky, Swazi and Intima back at the den site now. And you can just see when Corky did arrive, she definitely showed dominance towards Intima and Swazi. They were really, she came straight towards him and they both got up and almost looked like a submissive behavior that they did show her. But yeah, she came in there with us a full belly, and I'm happy for Corky's little cub. At least when she came in, Corky's cub almost jumped over the moon, seeing the mom coming in, of course, to have some milk. Now Swazi's trying to play with Corky's cub there. I don't know what's happening. What's he doing? Let the cub have some milk.
I'm not going to come too close because I know you got your babies. And hello, you old friend. Isn't she spectacular?
Oh, look, it's just too special. She's such a fantastic mother.
Look at that, isn't that incredible?
My heart rate has gone up slightly. In fact, it's gone up quite a lot. This elephant is now 2 meters from us. Okay, we might have to move here. No? Yes. Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the tree over. That's why we moved.
As I said, the light is getting a bit low, so we're just going to enjoy the last few minutes here with him and listening to all the little young ones crying and enjoying the milk with having some milk from mom. A bit of sibling rivalry between these two. Let's see who's going to get what teat. Why are you going there? That's not your mom. We're going to get kicked out of there now. Yep. Oh, that's not your mom as well. Your mom is down there. Yeah, there we go. Run to your mom. There it is. So there's your mom. There you go. There you go. Yes. You have to wander around thinking, who's your mom, eh? You're two teats all to yourself. Yeah, now the little one's content. Still complaining. While he's got the mouth over the teat, I can still hear that little one complaining. Yeah. I don't know what Swazi's up to. Swazi's a character. Swazi's just a character. Look at her. She's been, since we got here, she's been rolling and scratching and doing like cartwheels. I don't know what she's up to. She's, oh, you know.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have.
Look at that.
If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
Oh, here comes another hyena into the party. Who's this now? Who's this now? It's another female. Is it? Or is it Comet? No. It's a male. Oh, chaos. Chaos. Timo was very submissive to this male that came in here now. I think it's Comet, if I'm not mistaken. It's Ndebele, sorry, my bad, Ndebele. And see, I say Ndebele, so Ndebele just come in as well, so. Actually, Comet is, I think she's a little bit, I think he's golden color. A lot of interaction. But it was very interesting when Ndebele came in and Tima jumped up very quickly and she kind of just pulled out of the area. Now, not like completely, but just went to the outskirts and almost seemed like she was not, she didn't want to have any connection with him. Anyway, yeah, I think we have to pull out of this area now. It is getting too dark for us. The ambient light is kind of shutting down here. So let's head back to Liam while he's sitting there at Chitwood Dam and seeing what's happening with those hippos.
So some phenomenal views out of the Djuma clan den site. Nice to see those hyenas so active. Our hippo family at Chitwa is equally full of beans this evening. Lots of youngsters doing all sorts of silly things. I think these must be young bulls sort of play fighting. Yeah, certainly when bulls are full size, over 2 tons each, these sort of battles can be fatal. This is good practice. In another 8 or 10 years, when they are big enough, they'll have needed, or they will need to have practiced those sort of moves. Interesting, just seeing a couple of bats fluttering around here. While Igor and I were viewing these hippos, we noticed a funny-looking movement, and a shikra, a little predatory bird, snatched a bat right out of the sky in front of us and flew off to a dead tree. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. He took the bat off into a dark spot, but incredible. So we saw that fish eagle with a fish moments before that in our earlier segment, and then another kill. Yeah, so there has been some raptor activity. It's been awesome. I'm sure lots of mosquitoes and things are flying out of the vegetation around this dam, so perfect spot for bats. As Cedric mentioned, the sun has disappeared behind a bank of clouds. It is rapidly getting dark. We are still very much enjoying our rambunctious hippo calves, but very soon we're going to carry on, do a bit of spotlighting, and hopefully track down on some nocturnal stuff this evening. Okay, yeah, let's roll on, make the most of our afternoon, and see what we can see out there. Always a pleasure to visit Chitwa Dam. I don't think it's ever been disappointing to anybody who's visited. Yeah, even when the hippos are a bit quiet in the heat of the day, there's always bird life, lots going on. You've just got to know where to look. I think it's a bit late for our little crocodiles, so I have my doubts that they'll be around their usual log, but we'll scan a bit as we pass. But I think it's time for nocturnal life. Indeed, no crocs. Yeah, no crocodiles on that log. Yeah, crocodiles are ectothermic, so they need to bask in the sun. Now that the sun is set, those little crocodiles are off swimming in this floating vegetation, looking for frogs, insects, and other tasty morsels. But yeah, I think let's crack on. So I think with the light sinking in the sky so quickly, let's check back in with Chris for maybe the odd segment or two before we have to bid Pridelands good night.
Well, I wish you all of the best and good luck finding some nocturnals there at Djuma. Unfortunately, I do not have the equipment to do that, but in time perhaps. So what I'm doing now, there were some monkeys alarming in this area apparently a little earlier, and nothing's been seen. People have been driving here. I'm just taking a wild guess, and it's a little loop road that I'm not familiar with. I've driven it once, but I don't know, I just felt like checking it out. I'm slow in first gear, really just trying to see if we can get any luck with some leopard, you know. Sort of of like a last minute luck. I think our light is gonna go quickly now. Well, let's see. You never know. Well, what a wonderful afternoon on both sides. We had some bush pharmacy, bush medicines here, and we'll definitely do another one. I think we need to cover more plants eventually. So, you know, I think maybe for a morning safari, this is a good idea, one of the morning safaris. We do have the benefit of a longer safari in terms of Pridelands, to perhaps cover some more medicines, uses, foods, those type of things. Then we can combine all those topics into one. I definitely think we should do another one. And then we're going to do another field observation. Probably next week sometime, so start preparing, but this time is going to be a bit of a change. It's going to be a bit of a curveball. All right, not only is it going to be a field observation, it is going to be a general quiz as well. So I am also going to ask a few questions which might not necessarily be something we witness. We might be talking about a plot that you're going to ID, and maybe that will prompt me to think of any question relating to it or anything. So there's going to be a few extra questions involved, not only observations that we do.
If you are a Wild Earth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the Wild Earth Explorers page. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
All Wild Earth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Bless me. There's obviously something there that got me. We've got a bless you from our guides in Johannesburg. Thank you very much. You know what? I remember a while back when I was at Juma, Liam was here at Pridelands for a while. It'd be nice to sort of hear out his thoughts about how he experienced Pridelands.
Absolutely. So a while back, I think maybe 8 or 10 weeks, something like that ago, I was in Pridelands for a bit of a session with WildEarth. I think I only did about 8 days, but I certainly agree with Chris. It is a glorious, beautiful environment, a stunning bush experience. And look, it can be really challenging to get sightings of things like lion and leopard from time to time, but that made my time at Pridelands really special because you had to pump the brakes a little bit and actually focus on a lot of the smaller stuff. We had to get quite creative with the things we were doing and the places we were looking. We made all sorts of cool discoveries. For a field guide, it can be quite a grassroots type experience, really nice. Organic, getting back to basics. And as Chris has shown us in Pridelands, there is obviously the potential of a gem like that phenomenal Pixipan female leopard's daughter that he got such a nice view of the other night, or the other afternoon. So yeah, you just never know. And the thing for me that was also super special in Pridelands is I got probably 5 or 6 great encounters with elephants on foot, which is something I've always loved doing. So yeah, very, 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 very special. Loved my time at Pridelands. But yeah, so Igor and myself have now started to make our way out of the Chitwa property. We're just approaching the cut line after leaving Chitwa Dam. And yeah, we are open to all possibilities. Let's find some nocturnal life. But yeah, I wonder what was triggering those alarm calls on Pridelands. Maybe Chris's leopard is active again in the area. And who knows, maybe we get a little bit of leopard action on the way home as well. So crossing onto Gowrie Main now, this long straight road. We're off the Chitwa property, routing back to Djuma.
Look at that, there's a tiny, tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
Tingana has been affectionately known as the Duke of Djuma for many years, but his path to the throne was not an easy one. Mvula was a legend from the south.
This is the cat that I'm pretty sure Tingana was sniffing around for. That is Mvula. How exciting is this?
Eventually, Mvula lost, but his young son Quarantine started to push through from the east. At the beginning of 2018, an intruder arrived. His name was Hukamuri.
So with the last little bit of sunlight bleeding from the sky, let's head once again over to Chris in Pridelands to catch our last glimpse of today.
Beautiful purple, bluish sky. And it's all just the clouds, you know, reflecting the last couple of rays that's still ambient and around us. But anyway, just want to just add on to what Liam said about Pridelands. Yes, it is at times, I think, a little bit more tricky to find high-profile animals here. But I think that's not what we're about here. It's always a big bonus, you know, finding lion, leopard, elephants, all those things. For me, yeah, the big value is the small things, you know, like we did today. The beetles we saw, that snake we saw. These are the things you will see more often if you're out on foot. And walking safaris, trails, that's my main interest. I love it. And because for the last 10 years or so, I've been a little bit more out of trails and did a lot more lodge and vehicle-based guiding. Some trails, but you get rusty, you know. Had to really dust off the old brain and really sort of get back to the books and sort of do a lot of revision on things I studied years ago and learned years ago from local people and that for me was the last two and a half weeks really the kicker, is that, you know, it almost forced me to really go back into things I've learned and basically almost forgotten in a way. And now being able to bring them back and share that with all of you. Very, very, very stimulating, I must say. I'm happy. Well, let's head over to Cedric, who's on a bumble, and see if he's also happy.
Yes, Chris, fantastic. Of course I'm happy. I'm always happy. But it is fantastic. I do miss my bushwalks as well. That's one of the things that I used to really love after a good old game drive and a good old bushwalk. I always see the smaller things and just that whole touchy and feely taste experience, and just being one with the bush, which is always very, very nice. But yes, we have left all those hyenas, as you know, Ndebele, Corky, Swazi, and Intima, all at the den site, at the hyena den site with their little cubs. And yeah, so we left it because it didn't get too dark. But yeah, I'm moving around. I'm just doing Gurry Main. I'm doing it very slowly in the westerly direction towards Shabamu. I'm going to go towards Zoe's. And I'm thinking about maybe the information about Marips this morning. So I'm just checking if nothing has crossed over, or if we maybe lucky finding him around here somewhere. But if not, then he must still be around in Little Gurry. I haven't heard anybody say anything yet this afternoon. Darkmane Lover, good evening. Thanks for joining us again. I don't think they get confused. I just think that cub he just wanted some milk. So I think like with Corky's cub there, I think it just kind of knew the mother was there, knew his mom was there, but I think it just mom wasn't paying enough attention to the little cub, and it just ran to the next milk bar that was pretty open, and of course was not allowed into that one. So, but no, I don't think they get confused. They know who their mothers are. I mean, when who was it? Ntima. When Ntima approached that den site, her two cubs were the first two that got up and ran to her. So, and Corky's cub did not run straight to Ntima. So yeah, no, they know exactly who their mothers are, just by the scent and then the noises. So yes.
This morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion. I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. But what an incredible sighting.
So yeah, now we're going to still carry on the west yet. I'm going to get towards Zoe's. I'm going to go up north on Zoe's. Of course, I haven't heard much on Shidulu or Tortoispan. And I'm going to head up a little bit that side. See if we're lucky. But there's also other little night critters that I'm going to be looking for. I did have a brief glimpse of a genet, but that ran off very quickly. Nikki, what is my favorite sundowner? And meaning like in a drink or area, location? If it's location, let's take my favorite sundowner location. Thanks, Nadine. Okay, I'm sure. Okay. Well, if I have to have a nice sundowner, I think a gin and tonic is always one of the nicest sundowner drinks. It's like just really a classic for, especially the bushveld. It just fits in perfectly well for this area and where it would be in the bushveld. Definitely, it'll be like on a high-rise area. I think one of the nicest places is the Chitwa airstrip. I think just west of Chitwa airstrip is one of my favorite sundown spots ever. Why so is because it is so lofted, it's situated so high that especially the winter times when you get really the mist sinking in to the lower areas, it really gives you this like a blanket look to it, and I think it's phenomenal. And those are the colors that come through with the sun is just incredible. So a winter sunset in the bushveld with a gin and tonic. There we go. Boom, shakalaka. One time. Shoe shine. I want to see if we can find another little night critter. Anyway, let's head over to Liam and see what's his favorite sundown drink and where would he like to have that sundowner drink.
Hearing you loud and clear there, Cedric. I cannot argue with a nice gin and tonic out in the bush. Obviously not if we are driving. But yeah, on the odd occasion that I've been an actual passenger on a game drive, I love a gin and tonic, as Cedric says, in a nice high place with a good view. Gin, though, has always felt to me like more of a summer drink. It's not like a nice fresh drink on a hot afternoon. But maybe a nice glass of red wine when it's starting to get a bit chilly. Red wine or a lovely smoky whiskey. I like a scotch. Yeah. Speaking of sunsets, the sun is pretty much totally gone now. You're getting that lovely glowing line in the sky there. It almost looks like fire in the distance under that terrific cloud bank. Yeah, a really pretty end to our day. Daniel, chameleon time indeed. I think we'll have to try and count. Let's count how many we can spot this evening. It has been more and more challenging as it's getting cooler. I think the chameleons have changed color, and we've got to look out for shades of orange and shades of brown instead of the usual green that we're looking for in the dark. But yeah, let's try and pick out a few chameleons and who knows what else.
Ribbon is the matriarch and has recently been seen with injuries to her body. Corky was the previous matriarch and is believed to be taking back her status. Intima was born to Ribbon in February 2017 and also enjoys a high ranking. Heart is the next rank down. A named June is believed to be the lowest rank, easily recognizable by a floppy left ear. 3 brothers named the Avoca males arrived in Djuma in 2018. This area had recently been vacated by the Birmingham boys. In 2019, they were seen mating with females from both prides and went on to sire cubs with them. The most recognizable lion in this coalition is Darkmane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp.
Checking these nice stands of red bush willows for any sign of chameleons or possibly a snake. Chris Rogue, I hear your request for a honey badger. Wouldn't that be nice? Certainly well within the realm of possibility. And we do get honey badgers in the area. Owen and one of the other naturalists who isn't on duty at the moment also had a sighting of one fairly recently within the last few weeks. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled. You never know. So I think let's head over to Cedric to see what he's hoping to find in the dark this evening.
Yes, nocturnal animals that I would love to see tonight. Leopard. A very easy one, I think. Maybe a little good old genet. As I said earlier, we did see a brief visual of one, but they are very skittish and disappeared very quickly. But yes, I think let's see, Liam. Let's see how many chameleons we can find before the end of drive. That would be a very interesting count. I would have said a month ago we would have been nailing at least about, I think about 15 in a night, because there's so many more. But now it's become, especially that it's gotten much cooler now, it's going to be very tough to see if we can find hopefully more than 2 or even 1. Hopefully we can even find 1. But that's all caracal. I know that one of my only caracal sightings, that's like a lynx, a caracal, it's one of the cats. Very, very, very nice, very pretty cat. We call it in Afrikaans, we call it a rooi kat, means a red cat. A real kind of a red color to it with that fine little fluffy hairs on top of the ears. And really beautiful, like kind of cat face, but like a real, I can say, a mean cat face. And are really pretty. And I've seen 2, both of them. One, as I said, close to Juma, yeah, very at Gary Main Triple M Junction was the one sighting, and the other sighting was on Cheetah Plains. So I have seen the 2 this side, but it was very brief. But I would love to see a caracal. If I can get to see a caracal again, it would be perfect for me. Did not copy. Sorry, go again, Nadine. Your comms cut out there. Go again with that Natasha's question. Very much, Natasha. You look at all your moths, your prey mantis. There's so many different, even your little cicada beetles. They mosquitoes. and his mosquitoes. Mosquitoes, definitely mosquitoes. They exist in numbers. There's little stink bugs as well. They're plentiful. So yes, there's a lot of nocturnal insects that do exist. It goes on. The list goes on and on and on. And some nights, that's why you'll find, even driving at night time, I had it once, which was actually really bad. My tracker, Norman, it was many years ago, on Gary Main. We were heading back to the lodge, and of course he had, sitting in front, had his spotlight looking out for, of course, any of the eyes, any of the nocturnal animals. And he had a big beetle, we don't know which beetle it was, had a big beetle, and that beetle came smashing into his eye. And by the time we got back to the lodge, his eye looked like he was in a fight, all swollen.
In that tree are two carcasses. There's a duiker carcass and a waterbuck. Oh, it's not as graceful as... He's a bit hesitant because, well, climbing a tree is not the easiest, but he will get up there eventually. So let's see, there he goes. Look at the power in that. That is a massive 500-pound cat that has just climbed a marula tree and is up in there. How cool is this? I don't know how he's going to do it, but let's see.
See, the hyenas are far more tolerant of vultures than a lion or leopard would be. Occasionally a hyena will bite sort of a couple of tail feathers out of the back of a vulture, but I've never actually seen them, even once they've caught one, actually kill it. Oh, there we go, nearly got him.
As you do know as well, I love owls. So it's also one of those nocturnal birds that I'm always looking out for. It's an owl. So, and especially I know that the ones I got in this big, there's a greenthorn that's next to me here. We've got two Varose eagle owls in this tree once. But yeah, it would be nice to get even a little owlet, a little spotted owlets, or your barred owls, or barred owlets. And little scops. I haven't heard of scops. I haven't heard of scops for a while. That's the one that goes. Brr, brr, brr. Could be really nice. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Let's head to Liam and see how his search is going on his chameleons.
So no chameleons on our count yet. A couple of scrub hares, but yeah, a little bit quiet on the reptile front this evening. I'm sure to do with the cold, but the night is still young. We may well find something somewhere down the road. We will keep looking, and of course, not only looking for chameleons this evening. I'm checking all possible corners for all sorts. I heard Cedric say he hopes for a leopard. You never know. You just never know. Yeah, I've been lucky enough to see some amazing things on these night drives. So Arctic Circle, thanks for your question. You've asked what do things like giraffe and zebra do at night. So it is time for them to get some sleep, but obviously being fairly vulnerable and being an animal that is on the list of prey items for large carnivores like lion and leopard, which will be roaming around in the dark, I don't think they have a very good rest. I think we also can't compare their needs for sleep to the needs of a human brain. They have different metabolisms. They probably need significantly less than we do. They also have the ability to sleep, I think, a bit shallower than we do. You or I go into a deep state of REM sleep, where somebody could arguably be in the room talking and you may not wake up. Something like a zebra or a giraffe just lightly dips into sleep, but its senses are still quite alert. So if a branch breaks or it hears something rustling in the grass, it's going to wake up and it's going to stand up. So they have to be kind of on duty all the time. Yeah, not an easy life. I've always said if you do something bad in this life, you get reincarnated as an impala in the Sabi Sands. They don't have a great gig. On many menus.
But yeah, we're always in search of odd things on drive, but many of our oddest species pop out in the dark. Things like aardvark and pangolin, animals that literally look like they're straight out of the pages of a Dr. Seuss book, like some very eccentric cartoonist has drawn them up. They're active at the moment. Stuff like the striped polecat, which I've been lucky enough to see once in my entire life. That could be seen out here. It's like a little mini skunk thing with similar skunking abilities. Yeah, all sorts of potential for interesting creatures in the dark.
Hyena and hippo walking side by side, terror etched on the expression of little hippo. Look at this! Last mad dash! Hyena running along beside it. Baby hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo, against all odds.
Hukamore. Oh, he is an impressive looking male leopard. Look at that neck on him. He just looks ready for a fight.
This is only the third time that we are seeing him that is known as the Hukamuri male, and he certainly has a lot of character and atmosphere.
This is gorgeous. Hukamuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused. I love it.
Cynthia, good evening, and thanks for your question. Always nice to hear from younger viewers. So absolutely, I've seen hyenas hunting at night. My most common sightings of hyenas actually doing the work of hunting, though for whatever reason has been in the rain. I've seen them hunting baby impala, running around in pouring rain. I wonder why that would be. Maybe something to do with the impala's ability to smell them being a little bit reduced by the falling raindrops. But yeah. Yeah, many people are unaware that hyenas are quite skilled hunters, quite capable of doing hunting. They're of course opportunistic though. So much like the lion or the leopard, if the ability to steal a kill from a weaker carnivore, a weaker member of their own species, or something lower in the ranks of different species, they will take it. So I think to continue answering that question, let's head over to Cedric to see if he has any experience with hyenas hunting in the dark.
Yeah, hyenas hunting at nighttime. Yes, I have witnessed it before. Actually, not once, a few times, but only one successful hunt. That was with a baby wildebeest. That was many years ago as well. But I think that was right at the end of December, and I think that young wildebeest was just born, maybe a day or two, and a clan of hyenas came in from the Kruger Park side in towards one of the properties on the Sabi Sands here, and got hold of that baby wildebeest and killed it. So yes. But yeah, I agree. They do go for it, but not always successful. I think they're more successful when it comes to scavenging, but of course they do hunt. Definitely do hunt. But my chameleon search is just as bad. I think I was trying to do that, try and sing that song, but come a chameleon, red, green, and gold. red, green, and gold. Come on, chameleon. Yeah, maybe that will come out for us now. Maybe we are lucky with one. Maybe all of a sudden they hear the song and they decide to start appearing. No, I doubt it. No, at least not a chameleon dance, but it's a chameleon song. And it's a real song as well. Oh, where are these chameleons? Oh, well, yeah, maybe we are going to be unfortunate. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's impala. Sorry, I've just got some eyes there. So yes, we are looking for any little reflecting eyes, which will be fantastic. I'll also really appreciate some bush babies. And I saw today, when I was sitting at the hyena den, I saw one of the trees that was oozing tree gum.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
Lisa M, good evening. Do we have different species of mosquitoes in South Africa? Yes, we do. We've got the ugly mosquitoes. That's the only mosquito type I know. Ugly and nasty, blood-sucking mosquitoes. But we do have different kind of mosquitoes. I'm not too sure on the mosquito species in that, but I just know a mosquito is a mosquito, and I don't like mosquitoes. Just like Odie said, no thank you, but no thank you. So, yeah. But we do have, I know the ones you get like the black and white ones, you get ones down at the coast. I'm not too sure on the ones at the coast. I think they're not as bad as the ones that we do get from more in the northeastern sides of South Africa. But I might be mistaken, as I said, I'm not a mosquito expert, so I just know that a mosquito is a nasty insect. But one thing I can say is that I'm very fortunate with mosquitoes. If we do like with my younger brother, he is every mosquito will bite him, and no mosquitoes will bite me. So if there's 1,000 mosquitoes in the room, I tell you, all 1,000 mosquitoes would have bitten him throughout the night, and I would not have one bite. I'm sure they do bite me, but I think at the end of the day, I'll, suck my blood. But I think at the end of the day is that I don't have a reaction to that. So I think he does. Well, I'm very fortunate for that. But then it's opposite when it comes to ticks. If there's any tick that's around here that would actually will run towards me and jump onto my leg and bite me. That not many ticks will bite him. Maybe it's the blood. Maybe my blood is poisonous for the mosquitoes. Well, it looks like we're in Impala Plains, and we're on Impala Road heading towards Vuyatilla Access. I really thought we were going to be very lucky. I did get some male leopard tracks on Zoe's, but it didn't look like it was too fresh. I won't be surprised if it was not those male leopard tracks from 2 days ago. Sophia, good evening. I don't hate the mosquitoes. Did you say don't hate the mosquitoes? No, I won't hate them. Well, luckily I don't have to because they don't bite me, so... but it's still... The buzzing noise, the buzz around my ear at night time when I want to sleep. It's not a buzz that I do enjoy. I'm a very light sleeper, so that's a thing, that's a problem.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have. Look at that. If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
I think definitely Liam and myself, we've got our, or especially Liam, that he put a challenge to himself that he is going to try and see how many chameleons he can find. Yeah, well, that is. Let's see, and let's head to Liam. I think let's see what he says and about mosquitoes, and let's see if he enjoys it or not. I'm sure he doesn't, but let's see.
So an interesting discussion there. I can't say I'm particularly partial to mosquitoes. I don't know of a person who is. I don't think I've ever met anybody that has said, oh yes, I love a mosquito. Mosquitoes are brilliant. They make me very happy. So no, I don't think so. But while I don't really like mosquitoes, they don't really bother me that much. Not a huge fan, but no, I don't get terrible reactions from them. They are fairly constant if you've chosen to make your life in a place like Africa. So it's just sort of something we've got to deal with. They serve a vital function in their own right, though. Mosquitoes, ticks, all of these fleas, things like that, things that we don't really like and that you may struggle to sort of see a reason for. If you think about how vital the mosquito is as a food source to the local bat population. So without mosquitoes, there'd be no bats. And without bats, we would arguably have less of the things that feed on bats, less snakes, less birds of prey. Petronella, you absolutely can. I think the only places in which mosquitoes are totally absent are the poles, North and South Pole. But even in places like Alaska, which I think in your imagination, certainly in mine, that's a very snowy, icy place. There are areas of marshland in Alaska where the mosquito swarms are so thick, people have choked to death on mosquitoes. How horrific is that? I know people working on those oil pipelines have to wear like special breathing apparatus, like a special breathing, almost a gas mask, in order to work sometimes because the mosquitoes are so bad. So they're very widespread. Also, keeping in mind, only the female mosquito feeds on blood. Male mosquitoes feed on the nectar of flowers. So I would think male mosquitoes do some pollinating. And as we know with things like bees, pollination is one of the most important jobs on our planet. Without bees, we lose all life. So yeah, even though we might not like a mosquito because of its parasitic properties, even they are important. So if one is sucking blood out of my arm, I'm probably still going to swat it. But yeah, no luck on the chameleon front just yet. We've scanned all over the place. We've crossed through Philemon's Dip. I think we're on to Weaver's Nest now. Just bumbling. Taking it nice and slow, hoping to sniff out something interesting.
If you are a Wild Earth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the Wild Earth Explorers page. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
So we've located on a sleeping chameleon, the first one of the evening. It doesn't surprise me at all that we're up on a crest, up on a piece of higher ground. So theoretically all the cold air is moving away from here. It's actually quite temperate by comparison. It's nice and warm. His head is a little bit covered. His head is pointing to the left, but you can see the nice curve of his back and at least his little legs. I'm calling it a him based on its size. It's probably actually a female. Female chameleons tend to be bigger and bulkier. An adaptation which will allow their body to hold an enormous amount of eggs. She may lay as many as 40 eggs in a single clutch. Buried in the ground, they hatch after an incredible 300 plus days of incubation. And little 5-centimeter chameleons, tiny, like 2 inches long, hatch out of the ground almost a year later. So chameleon count is 1. Gene, absolutely, 1 and done. But yeah, let's see as we go if we can't pick 1 or 2 more out of the vegetation. Maybe one where we can see its face a little bit better. So I think let's cross over to Cedric now to see how his evening's adventures are treating him.
Hey, Liam, well done. You got your chameleon. I'm also still looking for mine. I'm still struggling, like a little dog. Struggling, yeah? But I'll find one. I'll find one before the end of the party. Before the end of the party, I shall find my chameleon somewhere. I shall have faith in myself. Come on. Okay. Well, we're on quarantine, the western side of quarantine clearing. And we're just going to take a look around in some of these trees. You know what? Actually, in a way, I'm going to actually put myself in a bad situation here because quarantine clearing hasn't got all this, so many bushes and little trees and all that. So I'm going to be put. Yes, Kathy Lee, that is so true. Thank you so much. My singing did work. Finally, my singing has come to the party. We'll take requests for any kids' birthday parties or any weddings. Just kidding. Yeah, okay, well, I'm glad. Thank you, Kathy Lee. I'm very happy for that. All right. I should actually sing for myself. Maybe I'll sing another chameleon song.
Find a way into the kill to get their fill in there as well. But they're also going to be told off. See, lions are not great at sharing their food. Maybe just taking frustration out on the other lion, but you see, it was interesting.
In the woodlands of Juma lives a lion pride with a taste for buffalo.
Look, this is insane. Now, this is what I was saying about lions and buffalo. It's absolute pandemonium.
WildEarth have been privileged to follow the Nkuhuma pride for many years. One of the most loved cats in the pride is Amber Eyes. She was not successful in rearing her first 2 litter of cubs and was seen as an aunt to the other youngsters. Then eventually, towards the end of August 2019, we found her with 4 tiny cubs.
Alright, now slowly. Oh, what's eyes? Is that eyes or is that just me? Oh. It looks eyes. Any animal? Yes, it was a very laid-back sunset drive this afternoon. Definitely, I think we've had such fantastic days with Kalamba and the hyena activity and the lions, right, like a few days ago. So there has been, the days have been fantastic, and it's nice just to have a little bit of a more of a peaceful drive. But there was a lot of activity around, a lot of nice little interesting things. Always, the bushes, it always delivers some way or another. Maybe it'll deliver a chameleon to me right at the end. I might just be fortunate enough. Or maybe a genet. Or bush babies. Well, we continue here towards Juma Bush Pride. Let's head back to Liam and see how he enjoyed this afternoon's drive. I've got a chameleon. I think I just got a chameleon there. Yay! I don't want to see, make sure it is a chameleon, it's not a leaf. I would be, okay, let me just switch off here. Oh, there's so many little bugs that's flying around here. I just want to double check if it is a chameleon. I don't want to go and, it is a chameleon, huh? Am I right? Oh my goodness, I might be wrong on this one. Is it? It is. Yeah. All right. I'm sure that's a chameleon. Let me try. I'm going to go a little bit close to that side. Yes. True, Nadine. I also agree with you. Thank you. I think it's also a curly tail, but let's just want to stop here quickly. Yeah, might be a better bet. Hopefully the pole's in the way. No, is it? Go there. There it is it? Yes, it is. Boom, shakalaka. I've got my chameleon right at the end. I should have actually. Yeah, it's very difficult. And let's try again here. Come, what we'll do, I'm just gonna, well, not want to go here. Maybe you think like this there, Odie? Okay, let's try it there. I think it's gonna be a bit tricky with going off here. For just to see a chameleon. No, really. Okay, how's that? Good? Let's take a look from here. I just want to make sure that there, yeah, you got it. It's on the left there. Just there. See there? There. Yeah, there, in the center. There it is. You see it? There. There it is. See his little tail, his curly tail. There we go. There's that. I really kind of pushed for this chameleon for the end of the night. Gail, good evening. Yes, chameleons are always found alone. You'll never see. They're not monogamous. They don't hang around with each other. Most of the time you'll find them all by themselves. And then, of course, the female, she'll usually go and head off just before winter time, go and lay her little eggs under the ground. There's some people say it's about 30 centimeters deep, the holes they actually dig. And they'll lay their little eggs, and it'll take almost an entire year for those eggs to hatch, and then they'll come up from underneath. But this one is fast asleep. It is getting cold. That's why we're struggling so much for, finding these chameleons now compared to a month ago. As I said, a month ago, we would have at least had about 15 of them by now. But yeah, I see Liam got his one, and I got my little one. So it's awesome to see. Very happy for that. Nice. But yes, it has been a fantastic evening. I'm glad that we could all ended up with the two chameleons right at the end. Yes, and definitely thanks, Nadine. I think my singing did help. I think I should sing more. Maybe I'll try and sing some weird leopard songs tomorrow morning. Or actually lion songs. Ooh, like I'm iron like a lion. Anyway, yes, so that would be fantastic for tomorrow morning. Hopefully everybody also joins us tomorrow morning on our sunrise safari. And hopefully we can get some interesting things for everybody tomorrow morning. And hopefully everybody enjoyed this afternoon, our sunset safari this afternoon. It was a lot of interesting and small things around. Nice to see the Djuma clan. Nice to have Liam over at Chitwa Dam and taking a look what's happening that side. And of course, Chris looking around at all these medicinal plants, and especially that he is going to look around for more of that tomorrow morning. But yes, of course, from Chris and Panda, they're in Pridelands, Liam and Igor on Wendy, and of course from Odie and myself on Rusty, and of course Nadine, our director at FC. We say thank you for joining us on our sunset safari, and hopefully see everyone tomorrow morning. And Seaflare as well, our technical side, Seaflare as well, of course. Can't forget it. But yeah, have a lovely evening, or have a lovely day, everybody, and we'll see you in the morning. Good night.
Viewer discretion is advised.